We are ready to begin our stakeholders forum. We have interpretation into English, Spanish, and Portuguese, and earphones are available here at the back of the room. Also, remember that we're going to have a conversation. First, it will be in English, then it will be in Spanish, and that will cover the Q&A. Also, those of you who want to use the QR code, you can access our meeting, and in that way you can send us your questions or your comments. We will pass them on to our speakers. So we are ready to begin our forum. So with that, I want to invite to the stage President Goldfein. He will be giving us some introductory remarks. Welcome. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you. It is great to be here in Santiago, Chile, to engage in this dialogue. And we are going to be able to speak English, Spanish, and Portuguese, and I will be speaking English, and please feel free to speak any of the three languages. So with that, I will turn to English.
Here and online today who work on a variety of issues, from children and youth to health to sustainable development and so much more. It is incredible to be able to bring all of us together in one place to discuss our shared work and priorities. Today, I'd like to spend a moment on the importance of IDB engagement with you, with CSO, share some examples of ways we have worked together, and spend a moment on our engagement going forward. And most importantly, I want to leave time to hear from you of what we can do better, maybe also what we are doing well. That part I like. And hear anything else that is on your mind. It is vital for civil society organizations from across the region to be key partners of the IDB group. At this annual meeting, I will be highlighting examples of common interest where we are working to respond to the region's need. But the IDB cannot do this alone. We need to partner. We need to partner closely with CSOs like you on these efforts. We are here because we need you. The challenges we tackle require strong partnerships between MDBs, other multilateral development banks, CSOs, governments, private sector, and others. You are an essential part of our work, our projects, our strategies, and how we operate as an institution. This is not just a formality. You are our checks and balances, and push us to do better and more efficient. We are an organization which is institutional. We like checks and balances. This is what we believe. Our strategy for working with you is focused on what matters, project and country strategies. You are key of keeping us informed in everything we do. Let me give you some examples. I'm going to give you just two examples. One, for example, the famous regional malaria elimination initiative. Very successful program at IDB. Still going on. It was implemented in 10 Latin American countries, from Belize to Colombia to Costa Rica to El Salvador, to Guatemala to Honduras to Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, Dominican Republic. It's an initiative that aims to eliminate malaria through preventive and care actions. But it would partner with CSOs, including la Liga Regional de la Sociedad Civil de Lucha contra la Malaria. The IDB provides technical and financial support to high-incidence areas, implementing cost-effective intervention under a results-based scheme. It's a collaboration between governments, philanthropy, IDB partners, CSOs in different ways. Another partner, for example, university, can conduct an independent evaluation to answer whether the program is effectively reducing malaria cases. That's what we need. Another example, the IDB Invest, our private sector hand. Partnership with the Nature Conservancy. Let me emphasize here that we care about the relationship with the CSOs across the whole group, not only the public, but also the private. So the example here, the IDB and the IDB Invest, in collaboration with the Nature Conservancy, are developing nature-based solutions for the Amazon biome restoration and conservation. This partnership has led to a public-private partnership for a reforestation concession model in Pará, Brazil, and a best practice manual for bioeconomy investments. They are attracting private sector investors, IDB supporting the government to ensure success, showing public-private sector society synergies. So, what's next? What's next for our work together? First, let me touch about the country strategies. You know that the strategies has many other things that the bank are under reform. We are revamping our approach and guidelines for country strategies. We had pilots that started last year, including Colombia, Brazil, Paraguay, and Costa Rica. Based on these pilots, we are now having new guidelines that we're going to bring to our governors. That's part of the reforms of Impact Plus, our changes, our big transformational changes together. Embedded in these country strategies, it's a more systematic approach to include civil society views in our country strategies. Let me talk about another issue. Our new action plan for stakeholder and civil society engagement. Well, let me acknowledge here, very openly, that we would like to have been more expedite. It's taking us a bit longer than we thought. But it also means that we have done it because we were structuring. We are reorganizing ourselves to better relate to CSO. Now, we're going to have a new organizational unit that will have civil society engagement as a key priority. We will have a new manager for external affairs and communication that will report directly to me. So we'll have a unit for CSOs reporting to a manager that will report directly to me. We just hired the manager. The organizational changes were approved by the board in October. We hired somebody, and he's here today. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Lawrence Sachs. So whatever I promise, he's going to be accountable. Larry has a lot of experience working with CSOs. At IDB, will continue making civil society engagement a priority. In addition, we are in the process of hiring the new position to lead an elevated work with civil society. So that was posted just a week ago, 2 weeks ago. So we are ready for applications. We are ready for your recommendations. We need a very strong and very important leader to deal with CSOs. This is on the work. We are looking forward. So let me close by saying that, as I underscored today, we deeply value your organizations. You are all vital partners to the IDB. We look forward to more engagement along the day with all the panels. I look forward to hearing you all today. I want to say that in addition to my participation here, we have the whole senior management here with you. We have our EVP, Jordan. We have the CEOs. We have James. We have Irene. We have our VPs, Annabelle, Ana Maria. We have Gabriel Yorio. We have basically the managers, everybody here to talk to you about what you care, what we care, how we can engage together. So let me sit down y podemos ahora responder en
And now we can ask questions, and I will answer in any of the three languages.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello, President. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yolanda Lopez. I am the Head of Communications at the IDB, and I will be moderating the interactive part of this session. Like we said before, you'll be able to ask some questions here on the floor, but also using the QR code that will appear on the screen. And before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the Minister of Justice of Chile, Jaime Gajardo Falcón. And now, President, vamos a hablar en español.
And now I will switch to Spanish, Mr. President, if you agree. That's fine, but will you have, what, a Spanish accent? I can't change my accent. I don't know what accent I have, says the president. Okay, here we can speak English, Spanish, or Brazilian in your case, Portuguese. Okay, I guess I got off on the wrong foot. The Portuguese always say that we speak Brazilian. Okay, Brazilian. So while you come up with questions, I have prepared two questions that I know a lot of people are thinking about today. One of the things has to do with the country strategies. Tell us about why it's so important to involve civil society organizations in preparing those strategies, and what are we doing to improve the engagement of key sectors in the country strategies? Could you provide us with more details? Well, the country strategy, our relationship with the country, is a basic component of what we do. We may be in Washington, D.C., but we see that the relationship we have with the countries actually takes place in the region, in the countries. So the strategy is absolutely essential for what we do, to be close to people. And the country strategy, we prepare a strategy to say how we're going to work. And as I said, we are involved in a reform. We have a new vision of country strategies, and it's made up of many components. And one component is we want to focus on being more effective, so that we can do things better, so that we will boost our impact, and also we want to increase our scale so we can do more. We're working to increase our impact, and there are several things there. One thing is we have to have civil society at our side. And here I want to say that quite clearly. When we talk about civil society, it's not a mere formality. It's not to check the box. We're not checking boxes. What we want to do is use it as something that teaches us lessons, that brings us closer to people. And we say that our motto is IDB, Improving Lives. And our impact is in the society. It's with people. And who guides us in that effort is the Vice Presidency for Countries. And since we have Anabel here, she is the VPC, the Vice President for Countries, she is heading this effort to devise a new country strategy system. So, Anabel, why don't you come up to the stage? Anabel Gonzalez. I'm the Vice President for Countries. Could someone get her a chair? Well, in the meantime, good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you and to have this opportunity to talk about this very important topic about country strategies. That's something that Ilan and Yolanda were mentioning. The first thing I want to say is that the policies that give shape to a country's future cannot be determined in isolation. In IDB, we understand that true change occurs through collaboration. And that's why it's so important to include CSOs as well as key players. They have to be part of developing country strategies. And for country strategies is not just a piece of paper. And Ilan was saying this. They are a strategic agreement between a country and the IDB group to lay out what their medium-term relationship is going to be like. So through this activity, they try to identify the main development challenges being faced by the country and find solutions to those challenges. So the participation of civil society is absolutely essential to make certain that our strategies can be inclusive, so they can be relevant, and they will have greater impact. Now, we are committed to strengthening CSO involvement in these strategies, and we do that through the new framework for country strategies and through a new action plan for engagement with civil society. And we try to do this basically so as to assure inclusion. Civil society organizations reflect the voices of marginal groups so that their desires, their challenges will be part of our strategies. And also this can increase transparency and accountability. And this is very important because it assures optimal use of resources, it improves oversight, and also monitoring commitments entered into. They're important because they create trust amongst the public, and when we see priorities reflected in policies, that creates greater trust, which in turn strengthens institutions and also increases the impact of our project. Also, we want CSOs to contribute local knowledge, and that's very important so that the strategies will be effective in their context. Now, how are we improving the participation of key actors? Here we have begun, as the President was saying, by preparing a new country strategy framework, and that reinforces the involvement of civil society. Used to, this began at an earlier stage, and now we're making sure that there is involvement right from the beginning of the diagnosis. And it is a document called Country Diagnosis for Impact. And there we identify priorities. We invite civil society for this, and that is done through a three-part process. First of all, it's a mapping. It's identifying organizations that exist in a country. That would be CSOs, also Afro-descendant communities, academia, private sector, et cetera, et cetera. And then second, we have a structured dialogue so as to gather opinions and comments on the main topics within the strategy. And then lastly, we have feedback and response. We publish the strategy, and also we have a matrix that identify the answers we have obtained. Now, results cannot be binding, but they are definitely essential because what they do is strengthen, they provide for informed decision-making, they strengthen implementation, and also they help us identify issues that perhaps, if this had not been done, would have been neglected. Now, we have a new department called Communication and Relations, International Relations, and with this we come up with strategies that are more and more selective and that can have more long-lasting, more effective impact. And so we want the IDB group to continue to be an organization that is more and more receptive, more and more transparent, and we want to be an organization of ever greater effectiveness. So thank you. If anyone has a question, we definitely will be able to provide space for that. And also, we want to allow the audience to ask about IDB Invest. They work with the private sector. To maximize development impact, how can IDB Invest encourage participation, engagement with civil society, empowering clients from the private sector to strengthen the contribution they can make to sustainable development? Well, will repeat something I said in my earlier remarks. The commitment with civil society is a commitment entered into on the part of the whole group. It's not only public or private sector. And as president of the whole group, we have the commitment of having a good relationship with civil society. And that spans all of the arms, all of the part of the IDB group. Now, to talk about IDB Invest, James is here. So, James, please come up. Yes, James Scriven is CEO of IDB Invest. Thank you.
Good morning to one and all, and it's a pleasure to be here. Let me start by underscoring the idea that was just mentioned by our president. Forget for a minute that we're different entities. Our mission is the same, our obsession with improvement and improving the lives of 360 million people, that's the same. That's something that we share across the organization, because what Anabel Gonzalez was referring to is to our group strategy for the countries. So everything, our conversations, our engagement with civil society, with the governments, it applies to the whole group. It's not a different strategy for the public and the private branches. We have representatives from the countries. We have Florencia here, our representative in Chile, but for all 26 countries, we have representatives working with the group. So please bear in mind that we act as a group. But the question is more specifically about IDB Invest. As you very well know, a year ago, our governors from the 48 countries made a decision to increase our impact through the private sector in the region, and that led to a change in our model and also our capital structure. We don't, if the governments ask us to be more aggressive in certain sectors, then those sectors have an impact on the environment, and we need to work together. So that's when it comes to the environment. When it comes to infrastructure, for example, there is a need to increase, let's say, our investment in infrastructure, ports, airports. So there is an intent by the governments for us to act decisively in agri-industry. So all of these sectors have an impact on the environment, and we need to work on them. So those are a couple of concepts that I really wanted to drive home. One is full transparency. We manage public funds, and it's important that whenever we act as a group, everything we do must be out in the open, public. So our commitment, mine, Annabelle's, and all the leadership's commitment is to be transparent. Secondly, accountability. It's important for you and our own organizations, such as our OVE, our Assessment and Evaluation Office, believe that we are working responsibly. And then finally, engagement, and I'm sorry for using the word in English in my Spanish remarks. We have been working in very complex sectors for many years, but we don't know it all. We don't claim to know it all. We have a lot to learn from all of you. So my daily commitment is to improve and learn from all sectors. We will be stronger in some sectors that are extremely complex, such as the extractive sector, the critical minerals sector. That's a sector where we have a lot to learn from you, because our intent and our commitment is that if we're not engaged in those projects, then those projects will be worse for the environment. So we will probably improve the process and not make it completely harmless. But here I am, and I'm more than willing to entertain questions. We're here with the leadership of IDB Invest, and we'll be here holding conversations with all of you throughout the day. Thank you. Thank you, James. Now, let's move on to questions from the audience. I wonder whether anybody has a question. I can't really see you very well, but can we please give them a microphone. Please stand. Hi. Please state your name and the organization you're with. Hi, good morning. My name is Ingrid Rojas. I am the manager for Pacto Inclusión. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to interact with you and hear about the new developments at the IDB in terms of strategy. So along those lines, my question is the following. What has been done in the region in order to come up with better information to be able to contribute to public policy making in the interest of the most vulnerable groups? Our project works for the inclusion of people with disabilities, and IDB, especially IDB Lab, has helped us quite significantly with these projects. But information is also an issue that is crucial and is oftentimes complex as well. So I wonder how the IDB is working with information and the generation of good quality information. Thank you. Ingrid, that's a very good question, because it goes to the basis of much of what we do. In order to work well, we need evidence. And to have evidence, we need data, we need information. And we were saying that the IDB needs to be an evidence-based organization in everything we do. There are several reforms underway. One pertaining to knowledge, for example, having to do with how we're going to handle the knowledge that we create or that we bring into the bank. So generating data, writing about it, and talking about knowledge is of the essence. So specifically in this case, how do we work with data to be able to interact with vulnerable populations? So that's a very specific question. And because of that, I will refer you to our specialist. Diana, do you have an answer? Am I putting you on the spot? She is the senior advisor to the president. She's our special advisor. Hi, Yolanda. And good morning to all. That question is fundamentally important because, as the president was saying, at the IDB, we focus on 4 population groups. One of them is persons with disabilities. So what do we do on the ground, basically, specifically? Well, so we have some specific loans, including components for programs for people with disabilities, and we do it through an line of action, what we call mainstreaming. And our investments, our projects must include programs to cater to the needs of persons with disabilities, specifically. So out of all of the investments and the loans made by the IDB in the public sector, 64% have to do with disabilities. So an obstacle or barrier was identified, a solution is there, and so we're taking action. So the MDB that has made most headway in mainstreaming these policies, specifically for this population group, is the IDB. Now, about data, we work with statistics bureaus in the region to include those questions so that those questions are analyzed so that different points of view are taken in terms of disability, not just physical disability, but others that are less obvious. About data as well. Yet another thing that we've done is see how we can foster self-identification of people with disability in different organizations so that we have a baseline for us to know what the status is of the countries, the private sector, and the IDB itself, and including persons with disability. Now, by way of example, we launched a survey on self-identification, and we arrived at 57%. That's what we got, and so that we know what our team looks like and if we need to hire more people with disabilities. And we're using that very same model in other places. And in terms of IDB Lab, that's a different type of work. So I'm just giving you an overview of how we have prioritized work with persons with disabilities, how to improve the quality of data, how to work with the public and private sectors in self-identification, and improve the quality of the work that we do. Thank you, Diana. Thank you. As you know, we will all be here throughout the day, so if you have any questions for Diana, for Annabelle, for James, for Irene, for Jordan, for Gabriel, Beatriz, who is here on behalf of HR, just reach out to them, please. There's another question. Microphone, please. I'm sorry, I can't really see you very well. Your name and affiliation? I'm Pascal from France. I created a foundation that works with Europe and Latin America, and it supports projects. And in my career, I've gone from the public to the private sector. We work with infrastructure and everything that leads to links and linkages. So I have two questions. The first one might seem a bit naive to you, but still, I'll ask it. As you know, Latin America is the land of diversity. Each country is completely different. And with the Caribbean, we're talking about 33 countries, 33 different realities. And I understand, and James said it very well, I understand what the strategic lines of action are that the IDB has, and I have been following you for 30 years, by the way. And I wonder whether you adjust your action based on the country. Mr. President, you said that you were aligned with the different priorities, but I'd like to know how you act, let's say, in El Salvador, and then there's Peru. Do you use the same lines of action, or are there any changes or adjustments? And secondly, and I see and I know firsthand that you support companies and through investment, through infrastructure, but you also work with investors who come from abroad, from Europe, from Africa, and I've met many people who would be interested. I mean, these two continents are not very well known sometimes. And could that be part of the IDB programs? Thank you. That's a good question. Well, do you want to answer the first question? I'll answer both. First of all, about your first question, you referred to the major diversity in Latin America, where we have low-income countries, more vulnerable countries. We work with Haiti, for example, or middle-income countries, or upper mid or high-income countries and the Caribbean, as you said. And we talk about strategies, about our lines of action, about our goals, and the need to grapple with inequality and poverty, how we work with growth, productivity, climate, resilience. But when we work with countries, we do not impose what we want. For some reason, for the last 65 years, this bank, which is more than a bank, as Felipe Reyes said, is a friendly bank, and it's not something that somebody just dreamt up, but it comes from the countries. The countries feel that it's a bank that is on their side and at their side, and that's what we do when it comes to country strategies. It's a combination of what we get from the countries, what they need, with our lines of action. And never have I seen a consensus not being reached between what our lines of action and what the country needs. Why? Because we didn't just come up with them. What we have in mind is the needs of the regions, of the countries, and that's how we come with our overarching goals. And that's important because during these annual meetings, we are going to highlight several examples of agendas, shared missions, where there is no conflict whatsoever, where the region and all 48 members are in sync, that they appreciate and are more than willing to work on. So the region comes up with the requests for these priorities, we express them, and those countries' strategies are adjusted to the different countries. About the investors. Now, we cannot move forward with our main development lines of action. I mean, you talked about infrastructure, but there are others because there's a gap that we need to bridge. There is a need for resources. That's with the countries, and that's where the investors come in. And we talk about the need for us to have a good relationship with civil society. And by the same token, we need to have a good relationship with investors. And we have a program called IDB for the Americas. The idea is to attract investors from around the world to Latin America. So we came up with IDB for the Americas. We held it in Miami, in LA, and we had an IDB for the Americas in Japan, in Madrid, even in Slovenia, if I'm not mistaken. So we travel the world telling investors that they should come to Latin America, that we will serve as a bridge for that to happen, because we guarantee that it's a good project, that was originated by us, plus the safeguards that we offer is a guarantee that that is well done. So IDB for the Americas, attracting investors with our safeguards, with civil society, that's the combination that we want. Thank you. Before we go back for another question, I have another question and that we got online through the QR code. And excuse me for looking at my phone. It's from Marcelo Spinella from the Foundation Ciudadanía y Desarrollo from Ecuador. Do you have strategies involving civil society in fighting transnational organized crime? And if so, what are they? As you know, we recently created a partnership for security and development. Once again, we did not invent this. We did not come up with this. It's not that we got together in Washington and decided to just come up with a partnership this month. No, this comes from talking to governments, from talking to presidents, vice presidents, representatives, specialists, and they're the ones who are saying that security is an issue in Latin America. So we went to Guayaquil in Ecuador, which is where the person that sent this question is from, because they are facing this problem. We decided that we wanted to help them. And in that meeting, it was said, this is a transnational problem. It's not just about Ecuador. Organized crime is organized and transnational in nature. So we have to think in those terms. Organized and transnational. If it's transnational, it's part of our DNA. So the IDB has a role to play there. So we came up with a partnership, and in a matter of a few months in Barbados, we decided to join a partnership. Out of the 26 countries, 20 plus one that will be joining soon are part of this partnership. I don't know how many organizations are part of it as well. We have Natalia here. She might be able to give us more details. Natalia, if you please. Natalia Alvarado is in charge of the Citizen Security Unit at the IDB. Good day to all, and thank you. And as the president was saying, and rightly so, we were in Ecuador, where the idea of the Partnership for Security, Justice, and Development was created as a regional platform for regional dialogue and joint action by countries to fight organized crime. In Ecuador, we're working, by the way, on an operation that it takes a different approach from what has usually been done when it comes to organized crime, where we've been working on the driving factors, the drivers of organized crime. And we are working with vulnerable populations in terms of the impact of organized crime in the hardest hit populations, also institutional capacity building, and in disrupting those illicit, illegal markets that are fed by organized crime. So we're talking about a historic partnership, 20 countries, 11 organizations, and we also have CSOs as part of those organizations. We will have a discussion panel soon where we will be talking to you about how we're engaging with civil society that is actually boosting our and enhancing our response to these issues. Thank you. If I may say, this unit, the Citizen Security Unit, that is being enhanced now is something that has been part of the IDB for a long time now. So we are one of the few MDBs with a security unit. So we're going to use the knowledge that we have to deal with a problem that has been growing by elevating the status of this unit to that end. Thank you. Thank you, and we'll see you soon. There's another question from Carolina Juaneda from Bank Information Center. Could you please tell us about any other of the institutional changes that were approved last October as part of IDB Impact Plus, and how they will help boost accountability at the IDB? And that's exactly what we will be talking about during our annual meetings. You know how this works, right? We're here today. Today's Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. And so we have today, we are working on the thematic sessions. We'll be talking about different topics. We have our agenda today with civil society, and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday will be devoted to these official meetings with all four governors. And we will be giving accounts about our strategy, our institutional strategy, our plus strategy, about how IDB Invest Plus has been working, and that's our new business model, and also IDB Lab Plus. And as a whole, we call it Impact Plus. And we will be giving accounts and reporting on the status of that. So when I came here, I was thinking to myself, how am I going to cover all of this ground? We have been doing so much, 25 reforms, many of which were, the regional programs. We thought to ourselves, if the IDB doesn't do it, who will? And that's why we pushed for it so forcefully. But others come from a legacy from the past, and the government said, we have to do it. But will we do it on 1 year and then skip a year? No, we have to keep doing it. And so we have been very busy. And what we have are 11 initiatives and reforms for these annual meetings that we decided to mention. And Yolanda, you mentioned it you referred to it and said it was Impact Plus 11. So what are they? First of all, we need to be a bank with more of a presence in terms of scale and impact. Scale. So for that, you need more resources. We're working with advising and trying to enhance our lending capacity. So I have a figure for you. In our public bank, the one that gives loans to the governments, will get another $5 billion by 2030. In 10 years, that amounts to $50 billion. For our private branch, and including the new capitalization, we're talking about an additional $13 billion. So 5 plus 13, 5 plus 8 is 13. So 8 from IDB Invest and another 5 from IDB. So 13 altogether. 130 over 10 years. So we'll go from 25 billion to 38 billion a year. So that's quite significant. But being able to lend more doesn't mean that you're going to do it right, because we can't. The yardstick is not what we put in, but what comes out, the outcome, and it's about improving lives. Everything else has to do with quality, effectiveness, knowledge, and other reforms having to do with how we use the resources that we have at our disposal to improve lives in the region. And so those are the 11, and you will be hearing a lot more about these from now on. Thank you. I wonder whether there are any other questions. Please use the microphone.
Oh, ¿dónde está? Okay.
Está acá.
Where is it? It's over here. The microphone, I mean. Can I speak without a microphone? No. Please bear with us for a second. Can somebody bring a microphone to this lady over here? There are a couple of things you don't see. First of all, we need to hear from everyone, right? So she needs a microphone. But then there's the order of speakers. So we will hear first from here, then from there. But please use a microphone so that everybody can hear you. Good morning, and thank you, President. I'm Juan Manuel Fernandez. I'm the Executive Director of Asociación Conciencia in Argentina. Last year in the DR, there was a panel discussion led by Mr. Mateo about literacy. And there is a UNESCO report called The Price of Inaction, where 17% of GDP, according to their estimates, will be lost if we don't do anything about school attrition and literacy programs. You talked about a survey to align investors to the needs in the countries. And clearly, there's a great interest on the part of the private sector to reverse the situation, because that has to do with how companies fare. And so what's the role of the IDB, in your opinion, to align these initiatives with the civil society organizations' priorities? And I know that there is a major need to have better reach and scale for many of these initiatives. Let us answer. Let's take another question, if you like. Let's take another question before we respond. Oh no, she moved. Oh, apparently, well, they're getting the microphone. Can you hear me? I am the director of Latino Barometro, and this is an unfair question, Mr. President, because we already do too much. But what about inequality? What about democracy? 70% of the people in Latin America say that they do not feel represented by their parliaments. 90% of them believe that the distribution of income is unfair, and 80% say that countries, governments work in the interest of just a few. So what I'm seeing is that there's a lot happening, but around, like dancing around a bonfire, but how do you put out that fire, that heat from politics that does not allow for policymaking and decision-making in a more rational way because of the vested interests in the countries? And what about inequality? We're talking about 60% of our people, 250 million people, living in vulnerable conditions. And how can the IDB go a little bit beyond that? I know it's unfair, but who can you ask? Thank you. Let me answer these two questions. We're close. We're almost out of time, but so let me answer your question, which is not unfair at all. It's a fair question, and very much so, about justice, about inequality. And truth be told, we all need to work to improve and to do away with inequality in the region. Ours is one of the most unequal regions in the world. And the answer is, what can we do? Or the question is, what can we do specifically, concretely? Because the discourse is there, the narrative is there, but it isn't working. And I believe that the IDB is one of the most powerful institutions. I don't mean power in the sense, in the usual sense, but rather in an organization that is at a position to change realities. It's not a political institution. It's not. It has no political affiliation. It's not committed to a government, but rather to the countries. Our policies are meant to help those who are most vulnerable and need to remain over time. Well, we talked about poverty and inequality as part of our strategy, which is a major aspect of what we do. And we have some very important and relevant projects. We have several specialists, a lot of people here who can answer your questions. You talk to our specialists later, about the projects that we have with specific targets, goals, and measurements. We have figures in mind, and that's very important. So an institution that is there for the state, which is not politically affiliated, and whose goal is to change the lives of those who are most vulnerable, that's the way that we help. And then about the private sector, right? The second question, and how that can change. I don't know if the question was specifically about that. It was more general, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's about how IDB Invest can strengthen relations with civil society.
And was that regarding a specific sector? Yes, I was asking about education. Then let me call Ferdinando up. You have 1 minute to answer that question. Yes, Ferdinando is the manager in charge of social sectors, and that includes education. In 1 minute, let me address your question. There are some examples that, in part, respond to the focused policy. Private sector plays a key role in reforming all of the technical vocational plans. And in Argentina, Colombia, Honduras, and Peru, we work with the private sector. And they work with the curriculum, they provide education. So without the private sector, this reform would not work. Now, regarding technology, for example, with IDB Lab, with EdTech, we're working on a pedagogical platform to accelerate basic learning. And in artificial intelligence, that is something that is being used. And it is now a reality with this platform where we're responding on the part of the public sector. With IDB Invest, there is the whole matter of access to tertiary education. In IDB Invest last year, they approved an operation for online education, working with the West Indies University. In terms of design, investment, maintenance of educational infrastructure, that is a dramatic need. In Uruguay, working with a PPP, we were working on kindergarten and preschool. So there, the private sector also plays a key role. And the CSOs, the foundations in many countries, have a technical capacity. They began with philanthropy, resources, and now they're receiving loans from the bank to provide technical support. So those are four major areas where, as the group, we are fostering education. Did I go over 1 minute? No, you were perfect. Thank you, Juan Manuel. And that brings us to the end of our Q&A. But there will be several panels. And in the panels, we'll be talking about different subjects, including citizen security, as Natalia said. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank all of you.
Bien, agradecemos al presidente.
We wanted to thank President Goldfein for this important dialogue. And now we are working as we move ahead on the IDB Civil Society and Stakeholders Forum, And we will be talking about how to find out what the IDB Invest are doing. So I invite you to stay. Please take your seats. Yes, now we're going to be talking about investing in nature, harnessing biodiversity for sustainable development. And here we're insisting on something that we have said several times, and that is through the use of the QR code, you can send us questions and comments. That applies to all of the seminars, all of the fora. So you can participate in that way by using the QR code to gain access. Yes, we wanted to ask all of you who are standing to please take a seat so that we can continue with our civil society forum and also so we continue with the presentations. So we're going to have new speakers and they will be interacting with you and we will be hearing their viewpoints. Also, we remind you to please mute your phones so we can continue.
Continuamos con nuestro foro de...
Okay, we continue with our IDB Civil Society and Stakeholders Forum, and I remind you, we have interpretation into English, Spanish, and Portuguese. There are earphones at the back of the room, and in that way you can hear the three languages. Yes, there was a question on the screen, and to answer that question, I call on Gregory Watson, Chief AI of Biodiversity and Natural Capital Unit at the IDB.
Invite the panelists to the stage. I would like to invite you to reflect on a few questions. What would happen if the ecosystems we rely on, our forests, our oceans, wetlands, grasslands, could no longer sustain us? How often do we think of biodiversity not just as something to protect, but as an investment, one that can generate economic value, social well-being, resilience, jobs, and prosperity? And most perhaps importantly, what role do we each play in shifting the narrative from one of biodiversity loss to one of conservation and restoration as an engine for sustainable growth? Let's start by taking a moment to reflect on the true centrality of nature. We often hear that we need to protect and restore ecosystems, but why does it really matter? Well, first, nature has an intrinsic value. It exists beyond any human use, and its survival is deeply connected to ours. We are not separate from nature. After all, no man is truly an island. Second, nature services have immense economic value. In Latin America and the Caribbean, where 6 of the most biodiverse countries, representing 40% of the world's biodiversity, are found, the existence of healthy, intact nature is the base for economies and livelihoods. The region's nature provides food for 1.3 billion people worldwide, representing 17% of global food exports. Over 12% of the region's GDP depends on natural resources. And the Amazon alone provides $317 billion annually in ecosystem services. Replacing these services that coastal ecosystems provide to resilience or bees in pollination with man-made alternatives as just two examples, would be tremendously costly and immense. The very health of our economies is tied to the health of our ecosystems. Third, nature has a profound social value. 42 million indigenous people across the region rely on nature for their identity, culture, and livelihoods. In fact, over half the world's area of intact forests directly overlaps with lands that are held or managed by local communities. And the lands that they manage are among the most preserved and most biodiverse, and in many cases in better shape than adjacent protected areas. The role of communities is not just important, it is essential. So how can we better protect, restore, and invest in nature? Not just recognizing it as a productive asset, but as the foundation of our collective future. That's the conversation we need to have today. Commitments alone are not enough. The next few years are critical. LAC countries must update their national strategies and mainstream nature into their national plans with real measurable impact for people. Financing will be key. There's promising activity with countries beginning to develop nature finance plans, and finance ministers in the region have created a working group on nature. This client demand is pushing for financial innovations to scale up nature investments and should be a priority. MDBs continue to support countries to develop these financial mechanisms. But how do we accelerate the implementation and turn these goals into action? That's the challenge before us and one we must tackle together. At the IDB, we take nature seriously. The IDB institutional strategy approved last year highlights biodiversity and natural capital as priorities for investment and areas for mainstreaming. We seek to strengthen our partnerships with borrowing countries, subnational entities, private partners, clients, and you to transition to a nature-positive future. We work to position the region as a nature powerhouse, going beyond energy diversification and innovation to become nature-positive. And we support the conservation, restoration, and sustainable management of terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems to reduce biodiversity loss. And we will promote the transition to nature-positive economic models, integrating the value of biodiversity into policies, regulations, fiscal planning, supporting policy coherence across sectors, and leveraging public and private financial capabilities to drive investment. To support these objectives, we have developed an IDB Natural Capital and Biodiversity Mainstreaming Action Plan to integrate biodiversity into our programming. This means mainstreaming nature into the IDB project cycle, supporting countries themselves in mainstreaming, unlocking new financial mechanisms, fostering collaboration, and scaling our impact. We seek to ensure that biodiversity is valued and embedded in decision-making across all sectors. Our action plan benefited from input from local communities and local actors such as yourselves. We value your input as we implement the plan and work on incorporating the lessons learned. You represent the local actors and communities who are the stewards and managers of biodiversity and the co-designers of conservation and restoration solutions. So in today's discussion, we're not here to just highlight challenges, but importantly, to explore the opportunities. How working together, investing in nature can unlock economic potential, strengthen our communities, generate jobs and economic prosperity, and ensure a sustainable future for all. We have an incredible lineup of speakers and experts who will help us navigate this topic, share insights, and inspire action. So let's dive in and start rethinking the way we value and invest in nature. And I'm going to step over to the sofa and invite the panelists to the stage. We'll start with a dialogue with Angelica Mayolo Obregon, who can come to the stage, from Cali, Colombia. She is a research fellow and coordinator of the Afro-Inter-American Forum at the Environmental Solutions Initiative at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Afterwards, we will invite Nadia Boscarol, and who I will introduce in a minute, to the stage. And I'm also going to switch to Spanish for the purpose of the dialogue. So, bienvenida, Angelica.
In the 5 minutes that we have, I would like to focus our dialogue on 3 things. 1, biodiversity, and work with local communities for conservation. 2, your ideas about sustainable funding for communities. And 3, relationship between key actors in the area of governance. And let's begin with that first topic. What is your outlook in terms of the role of local communities in conservation? Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here this morning to share with you some of the results of the research we're doing at MIT with the Environmental Solutions Initiative, and we work with Afro-descendants, with indigenous communities, and they definitely have an important role in terms of conservation in Latin America and the Caribbean. They live in areas of great environmental importance, that first, and second, their traditional practices are geared to protecting nature. Regarding the first point, where do local communities live in Latin America and the Caribbean? States have recognized land ownership in 20% of the land of Latin America and the Caribbean. That means that 74% of this land has to do with mangroves, with lands, with forests, or they represent protected land. That means that our local communities are the custodians of the most important systems for conservation. We're talking about Amazonia, where most of the lands belong to indigenous communities. So definitely this is a hot spot. Colombia and Ecuador have collective land titles given to Afro-descendants or indigenous communities. Mexico, Colombia have made progress in terms of working with the ejidos for their campesino population. Now, third, how is the local population relevant for conservation? We have been able to stop deforestation in areas that, in comparison with areas that are managed by the state and that are often fallow lands. Also, we have worked with TNC, looking at data for Brazil, amongst other countries, and we see that collective ownership protects biodiversity. Despite the role played by local communities in conservation, we know that they face high rates of poverty, and that has created pressure on natural resources. All of that in addition to illegal cropping and illegal mining. And that is why we have an intervention model that needs to be focused on access to funding and education for local communities. And this will promote sustainable productive development every time that we need to create sustainable economic activity in these areas so as to reduce the loss of nature. Thank you, Angelica. And as you said, land titling to local communities is important, but it's not sufficient. It is important to have efficient financing mechanisms for these communities. Now, how can we make this a reality? Well, collective titling is an important environmental protection mechanism, but it's not enough because countries have granted title, but they have not given access to financing opportunities to allow for conservation. Now, to accomplish that purpose, there has to be close work between public and private sectors and academia. There have to be enabling conditions for development, security, for example, in these areas, but also they need to leverage resources to create access. It is like guarantees, loan guarantees, so as to contribute to projects implemented by local communities, invest in those communities, and technical assistance so as to be able to design bio-business models, all of that protecting nature. And the private sector has a lot to contribute in terms of its expertise in creating businesses and supporting local communities through PPPs, community partnership, so as to encourage productive activities and to promote conservation of natural resources. Academia, for example, can increase the technical capabilities of local communities and also measure impact. We are convinced that if we can get all actors to contribute their own expertise, we will create better opportunities for local communities, and that will be an effective way to protect our main asset, nature. You're talking about everybody working together. And the same applies to the IDB. We are one of the players. Do you have any recommendations for the implementation of the natural capital and biodiversity mainstreaming action plan? Yes, it's important to look for solutions that are nature-based and to protect green infrastructure, water resources, working hand in hand with local communities that are involved in conservation activities, but also working with subnational governments, because it is that level of government that is closest to implementing those solutions. And we can strengthen the capacity of local communities along with subnational governments. Thank you. And now I wanted to call on Nadia Boscarol. She is the national coordinator. And thank you, Angelica. Nadia is the national coordinator of Corredor Azul program in Argentina, and she is representing a multilateral that is part of the Bank Information Center. So, Nadia, tell us, what is the vision of this working group in terms of biodiversity and natural capital? What would you say? Well, first of all, good morning. I wanted to thank you for inviting me to speak to the forum. And here we're talking about the social environmental organizations of Latin America and the Caribbean. So we're here to talk about IDB projects and to make recommendations. So we hope to be able to make a contribution. Now, regarding the action plan, first of all, I think this is a great initiative, a very important one. And it should continue to be an example. And it should be supported by other multilateral development banks. We hope that our teams will be strengthened and that there will be greater financing for this plan in the future. Also, that when there is an update, we hope there will be greater participation of indigenous peoples, of Afro-American populations, and also people with traditional activities in these areas. Civil society, too. We're all more than willing to contribute. And perhaps there was urgency in terms of issuing the invitations to this meeting, but we were glad to be here. Now, in terms of academia on natural sciences, we don't all agree on terminology, but this is a great metaphor. Natural capacity is a common good, and it generates the products and the services we're talking about, and they benefit all of society. So if we do not protect that asset, if we don't improve it, those interests, these goods that are of great economic value will be lost. And that is why I think that the metaphor is quite appropriate. Another point is sometimes we find some gray areas in CSOs, and I'm talking about the gap between the initiative of the bank, which is great, and some of the activities that are financed. And that would be the projects that come to MISI, the complaint unit of the bank, because there are some projects financed by the bank group that have a negative environmental impact. I can give you two straightforward examples. In Paraguay, financing a cellulose treatment plan, $200 million, but it doesn't have sufficient input. And that means that they had to increase single crop. And I think that they're using eucalyptus trees for that purpose, and you know how bad that is for the environment. And that is also affecting livestock production. And no one realizes that to feed cellulose to the plant, that was going to be necessary. Then in Guanajuato, in Honduras, for years, they have been talking about rural electrification to benefit rural populations, but they keep changing the siting without doing impact studies. And the most recent siting can affect mangroves. This type of project that should be monitored, considering, for example, a no-go. World Bank just wrote up a lithium mining project because it did not have the support of local populations. So that, I think, In terms of the plan, this is a great initiative, and it's been described at length today. But I wanted to issue or talk about those caveats. Yes, all of this is definitely topic for our conversation. And I have another question because we are short on time, and I wanted to take some questions from the audience. So how do you think that IDB can be a catalyst for private capital and increase financing to foster biodiversity and sustainable development in the countries? Well, first of all, increasing the percentage of projects that are going to have a positive impact on biodiversity. The percentage of projects vis-a-vis energy, for example, it's a low percentage, and increasing financing too. How to get financing? I think that the IDB there is the expert. But also to hear about warnings. Some of the warnings were already on the screen, but you have to look the species that have gone extinct in recent years, a lot of the things that have been lost in Latin America and the Caribbean, for example, and the loss of wetlands. That is an area I work on, and it lacks visibility, but we are losing our wetlands. They're the major repositories of biodiversity. Now we have things that are supported by international organizations in this area and the World Economic Forum. The WEF said that in terms of global risk for biodiversity, in second place were extreme weather events. And here, you probably can't see this, but the first four on the list are having to do with environmental risks that we have to address. That on one hand. So what can the bank do? Well, increase selectivity of the projects. I think that that is number one. To do an analysis to make sure that the projects are going to have a positive impact, that the impact is actually desirable. The environmental and social guidelines of projects for the bank are good. They were reviewed in 2021, but we need greater commitment, greater effort to make sure that those goals are complied with. Also, environmental impact studies. Sometimes banks says, okay, it was approved by the bank, but you would at least have to require cumulative environmental impact study. The government in Punta Arenas was looking at green hydrogen projects. We weren't talking about one or two. We were talking about a dozen, all of that concentrated in an area of high vulnerability. So sometimes you can ask for a lot, but you have to look at the externalities. You have to look at the effect on communities, on the state in the final instance. And sometimes you will see, if you look at the externalities, the price of the project. And another thing is mainstreaming, and I'm about to conclude, but mainstreaming the lessons learned through the action plan. I think that that is tremendously important to include in regional strategies that are being developed those issues having to do with biodiversity. They should be given priority. Always prevent negative impact. That is much more profitable than in the future having to find a remedy. Another thing we're doing with mainstreaming is exactly that. We're looking at opportunities and the risk for natural capital. We put that into our country analysis. We only have time for 2 questions, and I have them here. And I wanted to take advantage of the fact that we have our division chief for social sectors. So while someone finds a microphone for him, I can go on with the next question. The first question is, to have a comprehensive analysis going beyond the specific impact of projects, how do you plan to include, or are you including in evaluations, the synergistic impact. Now, let me answer. Multilateral banks are working together on two things right now. One thing is measuring our financing for nature, but the other thing is to begin to try to look at all of the metrics. There are 600 different metrics having to do with biodiversity in the whole world. And how can we bring that down to 15 or 20 that could be applied for projects we're going to fund, so as to achieve greatest impact, and second, to be more efficient in their use, and also that would support scale. So this is an initiative that we're engaged in, led by the IDB, but working with other MDBs. And we have one more minute. There's a question here with no name. It says, what is the IDB doing to make certain that there's compliance with policies, especially in the environmental and social arena, in executing the projects that the group finances? Thank you, Greg.
And good morning. There are two things that I'd like to talk about. First of all, we know that being close to the projects is very important. We at the bank know that, so we're pushing to have more environmental and social specialists in the regions to be for closeness to the project and to be able to work and hand in hand and solve complex issues. That's number one. We're also working on training our clients in the implementing units and agencies. We know that there are many countries in the region, and not every country faces the same level of complexity when it comes to a topic. So we are focusing, we're targeting our trainings based on the topics. We know that when it comes to the Caribbean, natural disasters are an issue, so we're training about that. In other regions, there's also, aside from the involvement of stakeholders is very important. So we, in Central America, are working on training the implementation or the implementing agencies, and that's something else that we're doing as we endeavor to build capacity with the implementing agencies. Thank you. This is not the end of this dialogue. We're not wrapping this up. It's just the beginning, and we are in touch with many of you. We will continue to be in touch with many of you to continue to talk about all of these issues as we update the plan and implement it as well. So let's give a round of applause to our two excellent panel members, and thank you so much.
Agradecemos a Greg.
We would like to thank Greg, Angelica, and Nadia for this very interesting conversation. Next, we will hear more about this forum on CSO for CSOs and stakeholders. And for your questions, let me remind you that you can scan the QR code that we have, as we have throughout the morning. This will lead you to a form so that you can participate in the Q&A sessions. So take out your cell phones, use your camera, and you may access the form in that way. Now we will have lightning talks connecting the dots. So about citizen security and our shared agenda. in order to hear about these topics and find out what the IDB is doing, we would like to call on Natalie Alvarado, Principal Technical Leader in charge of the Citizen Security Unit at IDB, and then Maristela Fernandez. She is the founder of the comprehensive art training in Costa Rica, CIFAIS, and Ana Maria Stuven. She is the founder of Corporación Abriendo Puertas, Chile. Welcome. Hello again. Good morning. It is a real honor, a true honor to be here with you, sharing this very important opportunity to speak to CSOs from around the region. Thank you for joining us this morning. As President Ilan said, you are key partners for the IDB in its mission to improve lives in the region. Let me first thank Ana Maria and Maristela for being with us this morning. They're both committed leaders hailing from Chile and Costa Rica who inspire us with their unwavering work showing the transformational power of citizen engagement and community work with actions. As we all know, Latin America continues to be the most violent region in the world. Its murder rates are 3 times as high as the world average. And above and beyond these figures, violence is all pervasive in our lives. It affects children, women, and full communities, and it creates a feeling of insecurity that we all know is a matter of great or number one concern in our countries. The impact of this tragedy is felt in social terms and emotional terms, and also carries a major economic financial cost. An IDB study recently showed that 3.4% of GDP in the region is lost to crime and violence. Just so you have an idea, this is about 80% of the government budget for education. This is a painful figure. Currently, our region has more evidence about how crime and violence have an impact on all dimensions of development. It increases poverty, inequality, it restrains investment and economic growth, and oftentimes, as we saw, are linked to illegal and unfettered exploitation of resources. And that is why this is a priority to the IDB group. For the last 2 decades almost, we have been working on this issue with a comprehensive approach based on evidence and working with strategic partners such as yourselves. Today, we are proud to say that we have become a trusted partner for countries to work together in facing the challenges posed by citizen security. During this new stage of our IDB Plus institutional strategy 2024-2030, we have increased our commitment. We want more impact and scale in our support, because it's not just about solving a problem, but rather laying the foundations for sustainable development in the region. As I said before, there is a phenomenon that is present throughout the region, and that's organized crime. Over the last few years, organized crime has increased, and the Global Organized Crime Index has shown that the presence and influence of organized crime has grown in 16 out of the 24 countries in the region over the last 2 years. It is also estimated that over 50% of the murders that take place in our region have to do with with organized crime. And oftentimes what we see is what many academics have called criminal governance, which poses a threat to our community's governance and stability. faced with this, we understood that a different answer was in order, as our president said, and that's how the Partnership for Security, Justice, and Development was created, which was launched in late 2024. What was the goal behind this? To grapple with a regional challenge and a global challenge at that, by protecting vulnerable populations which are hardest hit, and creating specific, specialized capacities to face this threat and this challenge, and to fight illegal finances and markets. We need to go from dialogue to action, test solutions, and scale up what has been proven to work, and also build capacity with a sustainable and regional impact. How are we doing that? By building bridges between countries, key sectors, because alone we cannot succeed. And there is something that we have seen once and again. When civil society becomes involved, projects become stronger and also have a future. In closing, let me just share a few specific examples that go to show how this is seen on the ground. In TNT, we support the Cure Violence project, which sees violence as a public health issue. We provide comprehensive support to young people at risk with a reduction, 60% reduction in shootouts. This is being replicated in Colombia, Uruguay, and soon will also happen in Chile. Another inspirational story comes from Costa Rica, where we have a program for the re-entry into society of victims of human trafficking, especially children and women. And we work together with CSOs, the government, and the private sector. We provide psychosocial support, access to education, which has been fundamentally important to complete recovery. And now, let us go to the most important part of this section, which is listening to people who are working on the ground. We will hear from two representatives of the power of civil society when it comes to a vital agenda such as this. And let me start with Maristela. Please tell us about the experience with CIFAIS in Costa Rica, which is an art education program for social inclusion. The idea is to fight violence and protect vulnerable populations. Good morning. Can you hear me? Unfortunately not.
¿Ayudan, por favor?
Could you please bring us a microphone? Apparently we cannot hear Maristela.
No te preocupes, María Estela. No te comenzamos a contar el tiempo.
The clock isn't ticking yet, Maristela. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to talk about this experience. I never thought it would transcend the borders of Costa Rica, and let alone come to the annual meetings of the IDB. CIFAIS is a foundation that was created 14 years ago. It stands for Comprehensive Art Training, Art Education System for Social Inclusion. It's an initiative that has included several volunteers and has transformed the community, which was the most feared area in Costa Rica. It was a symbol for crime and violence, and it has also changed me and to the core. I was able to engage with people who have taught me so much. I had never expected it. And it has transformed the community, my company, and my family as well. It is through this experience that I had with Alicia. She was a community leader. And I met her. I talked to her in a hallway, and whenever I went to the place where she was, and there was a chapel there, and I went there to pray, and she opened the door, and we started talking about the weather, about soccer, about politics, and at some point she told me that the children in the community were not able to join INAFA, which is the third division of soccer. And I said, why? Because we don't have jerseys, we don't have uniforms. And that's where we started donating uniforms. And I started asking her about how things were, and they weren't making any headway. And I asked her, what is going on, Alicia? Why is it not working? Because we are from La Carpio, so they won't let us into the soccer fields. They won't give us a coach. And it's because we come from La Carpio that when we do have a coach and we do have a soccer field, the referee is afraid. They're afraid to be involved with us just because of where we come from. And that's how we found this solution, this area for them to start playing. And when they started at least tying, and the first time that they won a match, she came to me and she said, we won. And I said, wow, that's excellent. Mission accomplished. Keep going. And she said, no, now I want you to help me put together an orchestra, a symphonic orchestra in my community. And I said, Alicia, I mean, what an idea. I know nothing about music. I can basically just play the guitar, and not that well. But you have a company with 20 people working there, and you can help. And she trusted me, and that changed my perspective, my outlook on things, because I said, I can't let her down. I can't leave her there without support, and because she trusts me, and that's how she taught me that we are all able to create opportunities without, or areas without fear. That is what citizen security is about. The more we create in that way, the better citizen security will be. And so 2 weeks after she made that request, what we started with one guitar and 20 plastic flutes, recorders actually, and drumsticks. And then, not much later, they had a recital at the National Theater of Costa Rica, our largest theater, our most important theater. And back then I thought that was crazy because the community had no paved roads, they had no sewage system. And 14 years on, I must acknowledge that about 30% of homes do not have a toilet. They don't have a shower. And oftentimes they didn't even have a dining table for the family to eat around. And I thought, why does she want an orchestra? How come? But she was a visionary. That's the truth, because she realized that an orchestra could organize people, bring them together, and create pride in themselves. And that led to a wave of goodwill and transformation. And I have found myself asking people for help. And when you scratch the surface and you reach people's heart, you start seeing that goodwill. They overflow with goodwill, but of course you need to ask first. And over time, we realized what the four main attitudes were for these safe environments we created. And those are trust, consistency, craziness, and tenderness. You need to have confidence, to trust yourself and others, and trust that nothing bad will happen to you. Sometimes we stop short of doing something because we're afraid, and it's not a reflection of reality. And consistency, overcoming the fact that you you might not want to work, or you need to also put yourself in other people's shoes, and you need sympathy. So we now have an orchestra, we have sports, technology, dance, painting, and also small companies, social companies, and now we have a whole community. We have 2-year-olds in the Montessori preschool, and up until last week, when I heard that the oldest student that they have is 82 years old, and she's learning how to play the violin. And this changes citizen security. How? I insist, by knowing how to relate to others with warmth. Fear leads people to react violently, aggressively, and this is what leads to citizen security being there. There's a project that we're looking into, and hopefully we'll have support from the IDB, which is the creation of the key tower for productivity and scalability. And it won't just be for volunteer activities, but also others for employability, actually, for people to work and be gainfully employed. And what used to be called Cueva del Sapo, or the Toad's Cave, to the Light Cave, the Cave of Light. We don't have enough time for me to tell you about everything, all of the wonderful things that have happened there. Let me just tell you that this model can be replicated with only 3 hours of volunteer work per person, per citizen. We can build a safer country, one that you can trust. But people might ask you, I don't have 3 hours a day to volunteer. Well, spend, 10 minutes less on social media. That's 70 minutes. And, don't watch so much Netflix, or wake up earlier, 10 minutes earlier, and that's another 70 minutes. So 10, 10, 10, that will amount to 3 hours for you to devote to the cause of your preference. We don't have any more time, but please go to Fundación Cifais, check us out online, and you'll see everything we do, the happiness and the joy and the energy and the light that we create. And the slogan that we came up with is very true: serving and learning for happiness and to be happy. And if you like, I can tell you more later, but I would like for Ana Maria to have time to talk about her own story. Thank you. She deserves a round of applause. Thank you, Maristela. That's a very powerful example of engagement and community organizations. And I believe that it's also a different way to look at what we believe is in prevention, going for inclusion, art, and creativity. So congratulations, Maristela. Thank you. Now we'll hear from Ana Maria. It's such a pleasure to have you with us. Today, we would like to talk to you about a difficult issue that is oftentimes overlooked, but that is essential to the justice and security agenda, which is that of incarcerated women. Please tell us more about the work done by Corporación Abriendo Puertas and about how your programs are helping these women. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you very much for inviting me and for giving me this wonderful opportunity at this forum to break some very good news about citizen security. We need to be aware of the problem of what it means to have a woman in jail. I have never been in jail, but when I went to jail, I stayed there. I'm a historian, and at the San Joaquin campus of the my window, what I saw at my window was a beautiful araucaria tree, and there was a major avenue that crosses Santiago from north to south, and across that avenue was the largest women's prison in Chile. So it separated the luckiest people, the students at the university, from those who were disenfranchised and invisible and in our country. So that was 25 years ago that we started to work with Abriendo Puertas. And the good news is that the cycle of women's violence or violence committed by women can be broken, and we need to understand their needs. And we have been working on a cause that is not attractive. It does not create sensitivity in people because people don't understand how costly it is to have a woman in prison for society and for their families. And the responsibility falls to the state, of course, but not only. Women who have been the victims of abuse, complex trauma, dysfunctional homes from which they are running away, dysfunctional relationships, also domestic violence, and mothers who go into drug trafficking as if it were a job. Does that justify committing a crime? Of course not. But we believe that these people deserve and want a second chance. Especially, we can understand that if we understand how this relates and ties into citizen security. In order to do this, we have volunteers who provide training and personal development courses, and also a training on products through an ambitious program called Palalma with the Catholic University. And based on the literature, what really helps with reentry into society is having a relationship with somebody who is significant. Without that, you cannot include people into society or have them be reabsorbed by society if they've never been really part of society. So this project that we've had since 2018 and with the IDB and the National Police allowed 113 inmates to participate in different who participated in different courses, employability and others, and to go back home. And we saw that they recurred, that violence recurred only in 50%, or that they relapsed only in 50% of cases. So they were able to go back home to their families, and that prevented their children from going into crime. And we're talking about drug trafficking. What do drug trafficking organizations do? They bring in those children because their mothers are in prison. They usually have an average of 3 children, and they are the head of household. So why are so many young people the perpetrators of robberies? Well, there are several factors at play, but not having a mother at home is probably one of them. And the conditions during the time that they spend in jail and after that is essential. And there must be a relationship, but not with their custodians, but rather, or the guards, but rather with others, maybe members of NGOs. And the gap in terms of access to health care and jobs and others are much greater for women who have committed crimes and want to go back to society. There is also a need for job opportunities within civil society, bearing in mind the major obstacles created by the Chilean state to hire ex-convicts. And I have to knock on so many doors every day with our volunteers to get a job for a single woman, and we support them and are there with them throughout the process. And I'm talking about specific situations with job opportunities. This hopefully will help you convince ourselves that jail time for women who commit minor crimes is ineffective and comes at a very dear cost for society. This is a job this is something that needs to be approached and solved by the state and also by CSOs. Why? It's of interest to us because otherwise they'll go back to society with no relationship with their children and with mental and physical problems and others. If we're not there at the prison gate to help them, they will be met by somebody who will offer them a pound of cocaine or drug for them to go back into the cycle of violence. And this project was a pilot project that was funded by the bank that needs to be scaled up. And we would like to invite the government of Chile to replicate it with the support of the bank, hopefully with the support of the Chilean state and of the private sector. Because if businesses need to be aware of the fact that supporting all women is in the interest of society. Otherwise, the fight against organized crime and against crime in general will go down the wrong road. But our doors are open and we're willing to work. And we believe that this kind of work does help attain citizen security. Hopefully, this project will be scaled up and replicated in Chile. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Ana Maria. This is a very up-close view of a problem that is increasing in Latin America. And what you're saying is, I don't know if this is a new opportunity. They may be the only opportunity that these people have. And it's important that we open the doors of the private sector for employment. And especially, we need to create greater empathy. I have perhaps a question. I would ask you just 1 minute, and this is to close our panel. I begin with you, Maria Stella. There was a question that we received, and it is, how has this program helped reduce juvenile delinquency? Have there been any effects that you could specify? Thinking of all of the work that has been done to fight criminal activity. Okay, my mic is on. Well, since we're so short of time, I can give you one sentence. 10 years ago, we have been around for 14 years, but 10 years ago, we met with the young people, and we said, how has CFICE changed your life? And they said, ay, Doña Maris, before CFICE, what we could hear was bullets, and what we hear now is music. So that was 28 seconds. So with that, I turn the floor back to our moderator. But that is the way the community has changed, thanks to the artistic presence and the volunteers. Great. Here we got another question. How can we encourage companies to get involved in these programs? With fora like this, to begin with. And also, I think that there is an appeal to communication models. We have to take into account the long view and understand that jails are not the best way to deal with women that have committed minor crimes. It's better as a society for these women to be in their homes. Perhaps we need some substitute for punishment, but in this way, they do not abandon their families. Often we're talking about poor neighborhoods, and we see children on the street, and they learn by playing roles, they learn how to traffic. So that's what they do when they're playing. So this gives you an example. It shows something that makes us more interested in working with these women that have been deprived of their liberty. Yes, When people used to go to apply for a job, they couldn't say they were from a given neighborhood, our neighborhood where we're working. They said, okay, we don't have any vacancies. Because they knew they came from Carpio. And now there are companies like Brit that come to this community and they recruit people to work for them because they know that they have great resilience and show great commitment. So because of that, they are able to earn money for their families. They don't have to be out on the street seeing what they can steal. And at least there are some that are engaged in art or doing theater or playing music and other scenarios. And that is a point of reference for others. So with the support, with love, you can change things. Thank you. Unfortunately, we have run out of time, and I want to thank both Maria Estela and Ana Maria for being so generous in sharing with us their experience. What we hear today is very encouraging, it's inspirational, and it shows that change is possible. So thank you. Thank you for attending this panel. And if you want to talk to us about this topic, we're definitely at your disposal. And we hope to see greater, stronger involvement of civil society. As you saw here today, there is a lot that you can contribute to the work being done. Thank you.
Extraordinaria exposición. Le agradecemos a Natalie, a María Estela y también.
I wanted to thank Natalie, Maria Estela, Ana Maria, and with that we can go on to talk about the private sector and civil society, our next panel.
Ya les recordamos que para nuestro próximo.
For this next panel, it's important for you to have earphones if you need interpretation. We have interpretation in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. Two of the speakers now are going to be speaking Portuguese. And also, we want to salute everyone that is hearing this program over streaming. And also, we have the different platforms of the IDB and IDB Invest 2025. So, Andres, this has been great. We've been talking about the role of the IDB, thinking about growth, development of the region. Yes, another important thing that we've talked about this morning is, and we have seen your participation in the panels, thanks to your questions. A lot of the questions got answered here on stage, and we have that QR code that you can scan. Pull out your phone, scan it, and in that way you will see a form, and you can submit your questions, your comments on the different issues being discussed. So, moving ahead and to hear more about strategic partnerships and how to move forward, we call on Gabriel de Acevedo, who is the Chief Regions Officer of IDB Invest, also Gabriel Barakat, who is President of the Aviva Foundation. Paula Caballero is the Regional Managing Director for Latin America of the Nature Conservancy. And then we have Ilona Sabo de Carvalho, who is co-founder and president of the Igarape Institute. Thank you. Well, first of all, welcome everyone. I begin with an announcement because in the previous panel, I think they talked about football. So I just want to tell you, we will entertain no questions regarding soccer. So having said that, welcome again. It's a great pleasure to be here with such a representative audience. And we have with us three panelists that are going to be contributing a great deal, telling us about the experience of what has worked well, and what needs to be improved in terms of the relationship between CSOs, the private sector, and development banks. The tremendous challenges that exist globally, and in our region, we have challenges, things like we need resilient infrastructure, food security, energy security, natural disaster management, the digital gap, and financial inclusion, just to mention a few areas. All of this requires joint efforts to deal with them. And then we need close collaboration between entities and sectors so as to develop scalable solutions that are sustainable in the long term. CSOs have comparative advantages, things like in-depth understanding of the problems and the needs of any locality. And also they have the scientific knowledge of natural processes, and they know about social characteristics at the regional or sub-regional level. And that also has to do with their engagement with communities, and in that way they can offer different solutions in the areas where they work. We have with us 3 colleagues with a long history in terms of finding win-win solutions. And that has been possible thanks to working with communities, governments, with the private sector. And beginning here on our right, we have with us Ilona Savo, who is co-founder and president of the Igarapé Institute in Brazil. She is sitting next to Paula Caballero, who is the regional managing director of TNC, one of the largest NGOs worldwide. And then we have Gabriel Barakat, who is president of the Avena Foundation. So welcome. It's a true honor to have you here participating in this civil society forum. Before we get started, I wanted to remind everyone that we are going to have a few minutes for a Q&A. And in that way, we have to keep on schedule so that we will have time for more questions. It's important that you be objective and clear in describing your experiences. With that, I begin with a question for both Ilona and Gabriel. What would you say about the role of CSOs in helping the private sector to align their priorities as businesses with the Sustainable Development Goals? And what are some of the major challenges that you have encountered in promoting that collaboration between the private sector and civil society? I'm going to be speaking Portuguese, and first of all, I want to say it's a pleasure to be here. It's a tremendous responsibility to belong to a panel talking about issues that are key to all of us. I begin by saying that without collaboration, without understanding that civil society, the private sector, governments, all of that is key in order to accomplish our objectives as societies. So first I wanted to say that the things that we're dealing with now require collaboration. We have to be open to dialogue, and often these dialogues can be difficult. Sometimes they're almost unthinkable, but they are becoming more and more common. Now, it's not easy to skip that. Now, in terms of the objectives that we are striving to attain, that would be the Paris Agreement. Without collaboration, without increasing our vision, we're not going to be able to accomplish the goals we have set. Now, companies often see that our strategy on natural capital of the IDB has to point out that not only are we working towards net zero, we have to work in the direction of a nature positive, and that in terms of decarbonization. Also, we have to be part of a new world where there is an economy, and the private sector understands that ecosystems are key to maintain not only our own well-being, but also to foster economic activity. So we do have to improve that relationship And what challenges do I see? I see a challenge in terms of openness to dialogue, understanding that dialogue means both talking but also listening. And also we have to build trust. And that understanding that there are different organizations with different roles, all of that has to be respected. So this is a new time. The private sector does want to support something that is inclusive, sustainable, and there they want to be able to count on civil society so as to maintain our progress towards a transition. Thank you. I have two things to say. One thing is bad news, one thing is good news. Let's begin with the bad news. We have been formatted as persons, as societies. We have been told that only competition. And history says, okay, competition is the only way to evolve in its survival of the fittest. But fortunately, that's wrong. Fortunately, it is collaboration that has allowed us to evolve. It is our ability to work and collaborate with others, with diverse players, that have allowed us to evolve. But that, too, has meant that we are formatted in such a way that we want to engage in transactions where we do not lose. And that is what has weakened the possibility of collaborating. So those two variables have been those that have affected our possibility of collaborating, working together. But the good news is there is hope. We have many and very good examples of ways in which we can build together and thus produce new processes, new changes. We have great experiences. And in the Avena Foundation, we work on what we call collab action. How can we take action to the field? How can we implement successful collaboration strategies or experiences? And an example, and I'll explain this later so I can share this with the audience, we have some very interesting experiences on collaboration that we have implemented working with the IDB, IDB Invest, and IDB Lab. So what I do want to say is, yes, we do have hope. Do not despair, because if we do not work together, we will die with organized crime, with climate change. So we are condemned to collaborating. Okay, that is good news. Now, we just heard a lot about collaboration from Ilona and Gabriel. So we know the collaboration between TNC and we and IDB Invest and the bank. In working to support nature, we have been creative. Tell us a bit about that and perhaps give us a few examples. Yes, of course. It's a true pleasure because that is reason for hope. We have these partnerships. We are proud of them. Proud to see that TNC is working with the IDB Group. Let me give you an example. This is something we're developing in the Amazon, just to give you some context. Without a public designation of forests in Brazil, they are of the same size as Spain, and that is where most of the deforestation occurs, and their land ownership usually requires innovative mechanisms. And that is where this mechanism of restoration concessions become a good tool to restore major areas, to reforest, and to fight illegal activities. The key is that this attracts private capital, and because of that, restoration projects become viable. Now, a concrete example is in the state of Pará, part of the Brazilian Amazon, and they have really been a leader in terms of forestry restoration. And their TNC, working with IDB Invest, have played a decisive role in implementing this innovating tool. So TNC engaged in restoration, a unique activity to restore 10,000 hectares of degraded lands over a period of 40 years. And there they look at natural regeneration and planting, and the potential is to remove 10 tons of carbon per hectare per year. And the key part is that by leveraging carbon markets with prices around $35 per ton, because of that, restoration becomes competitive. It becomes a sustainable, viable alternative vis-a-vis traditional land use for things like cattle. So it creates a financial return, but it also promotes local economies and protects critical ecosystems. The bank has played a fundamental role in making this possible because the IDB played an important role in terms of structuring, working with TNC, the first public guarantee for a PPP project in Brazil. And it helped mitigate the capex lost risk, and that action was key because it is what gave credibility to this mechanism vis-a-vis the markets. And in parallel, as if that were not enough, IDB Invest also issued a letter of intent expressing its interest in providing financing to the entity that is adjudicated the project. And in the case of IDB Invest, it plays an important role. It contributes, it continues to escalate the importance of these actions, the potential for restoration, and that has great potential in the Amazon and in the entire region, because by attracting private capital and by generating this mechanism, what we're doing is we're clarifying land ownership and we're lowering the financial risk. And as I said, that means that restoration on a large scale becomes viable. And that is clear evidence of why there is hope, because this work between NGOs, CSOs, and the public sector can produce long-lasting, decisive accomplishments. Thank you. And yes, we are very proud of this collaboration, and I hope that everything will work on Friday in terms of the stock exchange. Now, talking about hope, that was what you were referring to. Well, let's talk about the news, right? Let's hear a little bit about initiatives of things like the main lessons learned. Tell us about how you have learned about establishing good partnerships with NGOs, with multilaterals, with CSOs. No one is poorer than the people working in garbage. So we have the rag pickers, people that collect trash, and we learn something that the world often disregards. We establish a collaboration partnership where we invited Coca-Cola along with PepsiCo, Nestle, and Down also was involved, working along with IDB Lab and, of course, the IDB as a group. But what we did was we got the main players around the table, and that doesn't always happen. So we sit at the table, the recyclers, and they had a great symmetry there, because we had banks, we had civil society, and then we had the people actually doing the work. And all together, we came up with a plan. More than 25,000 recyclers profited from that effort, and that across 13 different countries. And the main thing is that no longer did they talk about garbage collectors or rag pickers. No, now they're being called the heroes, the social and environmental leaders that are contributing to well-being in cities. They have solved both a social and environmental problem. But I think that the innovative part of all of this, the disruption was we got rid of prejudices, and the companies that were competing in the marketplace were gathering around a table to see how they could build on this partnership. And the same thing happened with water. In terms of water, many investments had been made over many years, always thinking that solving the water problem had to do with pipes and connections. And of course, they would install, the system would work, but after 3 months, if the pump needed repair, the system would stop working. And together, we were able to put together some initiatives where we put social innovation at the core of the project. So we worked with the community to craft a system where the community managed water supply, and we worked with water and sanitation organizations. And today, all together, working with the IDB, working with Coca-Cola, working with Cirque du Soleil, that circus, we put together this network. It's called Water Links or linkages. So we are providing water to thousands of households in Latin America. So this shows that we can put together win-win transactions. And the most important thing about these transactions is they produce systemic change. When is it systemic? When the action is irreversible. And that means that the players are seated at the table, and they will assure that the changes are not later reverted. You can talk to Ilona, Gabriel, Paula. It's great to hear these success stories, and they have taught us a lot about what works and what needs to be changed. Paula, going back to innovation aspects, I would like to hear, what do we need to unlock the potential of nature-based solutions so as to tackle challenges having to do with climate change or the loss of biodiversity? And what role do partnerships play? Partnerships amongst institutions like those that we represent. Well, first of all, thank you, Gabriel. That was a very broad question, but I would say that from the perspective of TNC, what we need is to unlock, that was a good word, unlock financing at scale to transform markets. Because nature-based solutions, as Gabriel was saying, the whole idea is to change the perception of value of ecosystems. We have to protect the integrity, the functionality of these ecosystems, and we have to compensate those that are the protectors, the people that protect these ecosystems. We have to create incentives, conditions for these solutions to thrive. And it is with the IDB group, that we have some good examples. I'll talk about a few. As you may know, TNC has been a pioneer in terms of converting sovereign debt through its Nature Bonds program. And it combines debt refinancing with social and environmental sciences. Also, we involve planning, policy making, and the idea is to give countries a possibility of reaching their climate goals and close that financing gap. And as we heard in the previous panel, often we have to give greater support to local communities. So TNC has supported 6 debt swaps or conversions, and altogether they have generated $1 billion to finance the so-called conservation in the broadest sense, allowing governments to reach new protection goals or to better manage 240 million hectares of forests, and also to protect oceans and rivers. So this is a solution at scale. And in those 6 swaps, the IDB has played a very decisive role in structuring 2 of these debt swap operations, in Bahamas and in Ecuador. In November of last year, the IDB, working with the Nature Bounds project, refinanced $300 million of external commercial debt of Bahamas so as to generate $124 million for the protection of the good marine management over a period of 15 years. And this included a loan guarantee, a partial loan guarantee from the IDB of $200 million. And that generated what became the largest initiative in Bahamas history to protect their oceans. And that was in November. And then 1 month later, in December, the IDB with TNC, with Bank of America, and DFC financed the first external debt of Ecuador to support land systems and freshwater systems in the Amazon. And that refinanced $1.35 billion of international bonds of Ecuador, creating a fiscal savings of more than $800 million. And it also generated something like $460 million for the bio corridor of Ecuador's Amazon. And to structure that operation, the IDB also issued a partial credit guarantee of $155 million. So all of this is generating financing at a scale that truly does make a difference. But in looking at that scale and what we need, also, Gabriel, I would like to point to the work that we are doing with a new pilot, a pilot that I think is tremendously important, and that is in the state of Pará in Brazil. And there, TNC, working with the IDB, is assuring good management of environmental services provided by the indigenous communities and local communities. So the whole idea of direct access to financing for these communities is critical this year in COP30. Now, this covers 10 million hectares of forests, and it guarantees that the financial flows will go directly to those people, those wardens of the forest, and managing this system. TNC and the IDB are working together to produce the bioeconomy. That is a sustainable economy, recognizing, highlighting the value of unconverted natural forests, and also they produce an economic and a social dividend for those living in the Amazon. Now, with the support of IDB Invest, we in TNC are developing a good practice note so that those that are part of the bioeconomy can make sure that their investments comply with the highest standards. So this is an example of all of the efforts that show again that partners like TNC and the IDB Group can truly promote economic and social goals of making sure that these solutions are at scale.
And the idea is for all of us to make that difference together. Now, Ilona, the IRAP Institute and you are working on the development of a broad roadmap for sustainable investment in the Amazon biome. So what are the strategies that are proving effective in promoting a balance between the conservation of such an important biome as the Amazon and the economic development priorities in the private sector. Thank you for the question. We are supporting an initiative by IDB Invest under the Amazon Forever program to create this task force with CEOs and other important players in the Amazon with the purpose of having a collective vision for a future that we hope will become a reality soon based on the needs of the region. We have over 30 million people living in the Amazon. They depend on traditional economies, and they need to move towards new economic models that will help attain what we want for the region. So we're helping build knowledge and create knowledge, and all of the insights and all of the recommendations should be made available to the leaders of the countries that make up the Amazon in the and for other countries in the Americas. But the first step is already there, but that we also be able to bring it before the COP30
Ok. Fogos, né?
Nada que ver com
Sounds like fireworks, doesn't it? Well, there's nothing like the private sector, huh?
Vamos ver.
que é isso?
Aguardar. Podemos? Tentamos?
Shall we try? Well, now we're all wide awake, aren't we? So to bear in mind the priorities of the private sector, they're not easily attainable, but they are feasible. Well, we'll start with restoration and thinking about how to create an enabling business environment. Instead of doing a de-risking of finance and regulatory de-risking, what we have to de-risk are the territories and attract entrepreneurs.
Eu creio. Não sei se a organização sabe o que está passando.
I don't know if the organizers are aware of what is happening.
Ah, ok. São problemas de áudio, ou seja,
There seem to be some issues with the audio system. Well, the idea is, so we have, let's stay hopeful they will be dealt with soon and solved.
minuto para ver se
Sim.
Uy, claramente hay un problema técnico.
Sí.
We are having some technical issues with our audio system, so please remain calm. All of you, our speakers too, this is a technical issue. This happens at a live event involving so many people, and that we are also broadcasting live. Please give us a few minutes so that we can go back to this very interesting agenda where we have been called upon to think, to discuss, and to find solutions for some of the issues. And some of our speakers, some of them speak Portuguese. You probably listening to us through the interpreters. But we've had a very useful and fruitful day so far in this civil society and stakeholder forum. Please remember to scan the QR code so that you can send us your questions for the panel members. Are we ready? Some adjustments were made to the audio system. Unfortunately, we've had these jarring noises, and that happens. It can happen anywhere, and of course it's worrisome, but nothing is happening. There's nothing to worry about, so let's keep going. Yolanda, why don't you start over? Yes, I'll try to be brief. It's a pleasure to be working with IDB Invest, with Amazonia forever. And the idea is to think about the future for economic development in an area such as the Amazon, which has to be comprehensive, sustainable, and inclusive. And we have a task force that has picked 4 specific topics, and the recommendations will be provided to the heads of state and government of the countries from the Amazon, and also during COP30, so that there is room for implementation. And this vision will be created in a way that it does not just remain on paper. So first of all, as Paula was saying, there's the issue of nature-based solutions for the economy. I mean, there's huge potential here in conservation areas, and sometimes that's not negotiable, of course, but there are tens of millions of hectares that need to be restored, and that is a huge opportunity. Hopefully, we'll be able to make that happen. And this restoration work, what do I do now?
Infelizmente, parece que
unfortunately, the problem seems to persist. But, well, so restoring these hectares with high integrity, we're talking about biodiversity, natural capital. There's a need to restore native forests and also work with productive systems such as agroforestry. And also the second pillar, restoration can become a new economy in and of itself to lay the ground rules for more balanced systems. And then also there's the need for conventional economies, including mining, power, infrastructure, agriculture. They also need to move towards a low carbon model. I don't think we can keep going. We'll make a change. We'll give you handheld microphones. I think that'll make things easier.
Sí.
Sí, ya. Creo que hay uno más allá, parece. Deben desconectar los micrófonos de acá. ¿Hay uno más allá? Vamos.
Let's keep going. Let's try with these microphones once again. The second point, the transition from conventional economies that, of course, need to be more balanced when it comes to their relationship with natural resources.
La transición hacia energías limpias, el impulso del hidrógeno verde y la valorización del litio son pilares fundamentales de nuestra estrategia para enfrentar el cambio climático y contribuir al crecimiento global. Chile cimenta su desarrollo en torno a 3 grandes ejes que reflejan su historia, identidad y visión de futuro. El primer eje es la sostenibilidad. En nombre del Gobierno de Chile, saludamos afectuosamente a los gobernadores y gobernadoras del BID y BID-Inves y a todos los asistentes a estas reuniones anuales de las asambleas de gobernadores en Santiago y a los eventos temáticos en Punta Arenas. Bienvenidos al país más largo del mundo, un territorio donde la geografía deslumbra los sentidos, desde los áridos desiertos del norte, pasando por frondosos bosques lluviosos e imponentes volcanes, hasta los milenarios hielos del extremo sur del planeta. Flanqueado por la cordillera de los Andes y el Océano Pacífico, Chile es un país de abundantes riquezas naturales que han impulsado un desarrollo sostenible y su integración al mundo a través de las exportaciones, consolidándose como un actor clave en la región. Gracias a una economía resiliente y dinámica, Chile ha logrado reducir la pobreza y avanzar en equidad social y mira al futuro con confianza, firmeza, perspectiva y creatividad. Nos proyectamos hacia el futuro apostando por un modelo de desarrollo sostenible con innovación y tecnología. La transición hacia energías limpias, el impulso del hidrógeno verde y la valorización del litio son pilares fundamentales de nuestra estrategia para enfrentar el cambio climático y contribuir al crecimiento global. Chile cimenta su desarrollo en torno a 3 grandes ejes que reflejan su historia, identidad y visión de futuro. El primer eje es la sostenibilidad, que guía todas nuestras acciones desde la conservación de recursos naturales hasta la promoción de un turismo responsable. El segundo eje es la democracia, que cultivamos y cuidamos con estabilidad institucional y certeza jurídica, garantizando un entorno confiable para la inversión. Y el tercer eje es la diversidad. Chile avanza hacia un futuro más integrado y comprometido con los desafíos globales. Los invitamos a descubrir nuestro país y a construir juntos nuevas oportunidades de desarrollo y cooperación. Bienvenidos a Chile. nombre del Gobierno de Chile, saludamos afectuosamente a los gobernadores y gobernadoras del BID y BID-Inves y a todos los asistentes a estas reuniones anuales de las asambleas de gobernadores en Santiago y a los eventos temáticos en Punta Arenas. Bienvenidos al país más largo del mundo, un territorio donde la geografía deslumbra los sentidos, desde los áridos desiertos del norte, pasando por frondosos bosques lluviosos e imponentes volcanes, hasta los milenarios hielos del extremo sur del planeta. Flanqueado por la cordillera de los Andes y el Océano Pacífico, Chile es un país de abundantes riquezas naturales que han impulsado un desarrollo sostenible y su integración al mundo a través de las exportaciones, consolidándose como un actor clave en la región. Gracias a una economía resiliente y dinámica, Chile ha logrado reducir la pobreza y avanzar en equidad social y mira al futuro con confianza, firmeza, perspectiva y creatividad. Nos proyectamos hacia el futuro apostando por un modelo de desarrollo sostenible con innovación y tecnología. La transición hacia energías limpias, el impulso del hidrógeno verde y la valorización del litio son pilares fundamentales de nuestra estrategia para enfrentar el cambio climático y contribuir al crecimiento global. Chile cimenta su desarrollo en torno a 3 grandes ejes que reflejan su historia, identidad y visión de futuro. El primer eje es la sostenibilidad, que guía todas nuestras acciones desde la conservación de recursos naturales hasta la promoción de un turismo responsable. El segundo eje es la democracia, que cultivamos y cuidamos con estabilidad institucional y certeza jurídica, garantizando un entorno confiable para la inversión. Y el tercer eje es la diversidad. Chile avanza hacia un futuro más integrado y comprometido con los desafíos globales. Los invitamos a descubrir nuestro país y a construir juntos nuevas oportunidades de desarrollo y cooperación. Bienvenidos a Chile. En nombre del Gobierno de Chile, saludamos afectuosamente a los gobernadores y gobernadoras del BID y BID-Inves y a todos los asistentes a estas reuniones anuales de las asambleas de gobernadores en Santiago y a los eventos temáticos en Punta Arenas. Bienvenidos al país más largo del mundo, un territorio donde la geografía deslumbra los sentidos, desde los áridos desiertos del norte, pasando por frondosos bosques lluviosos e imponentes volcanes, hasta los milenarios hielos del extremo sur del planeta. Flanqueado por la cordillera de los Andes y el Océano Pacífico, Chile es un país de abundantes riquezas naturales que han impulsado un desarrollo sostenible y su integración al mundo a través de las exportaciones, consolidándose como un actor clave en la región. Gracias a una economía resiliente y dinámica, Chile ha logrado reducir la pobreza y avanzar en equidad social y mira al futuro con confianza, firmeza, perspectiva y creatividad. Nos proyectamos hacia el futuro apostando por un modelo de desarrollo sostenible con innovación y tecnología. La transición hacia energías limpias, el impulso del hidrógeno verde y la valorización del litio son pilares fundamentales de nuestra estrategia para enfrentar el cambio climático y contribuir al crecimiento global. Chile cimenta su desarrollo en torno a 3 grandes ejes que reflejan su historia, identidad y visión de futuro. El primer eje es la sostenibilidad, que guía todas nuestras acciones desde la conservación de recursos naturales hasta la promoción de un turismo responsable. El segundo eje es la democracia, que cultivamos y cuidamos con estabilidad institucional y certeza jurídica, garantizando un entorno confiable para la inversión. Y el tercer eje es la diversidad. Chile avanza hacia un futuro más integrado y comprometido con los desafíos globales. Los invitamos a descubrir nuestro país y a construir juntos nuevas oportunidades de desarrollo y cooperación. Bienvenidos a Chile. En nombre del Gobierno de Chile, saludamos afectuosamente a los gobernadores y gobernadoras del BID y BID-Inves y a todos los asistentes a estas reuniones anuales de las asambleas de gobernadores en Santiago y a los eventos temáticos en Punta Arenas. Bienvenidos al país más largo del mundo, un territorio donde la geografía deslumbra los sentidos, desde los áridos desiertos del norte, pasando por frondosos bosques lluviosos e imponentes volcanes, hasta los milenarios hielos del extremo sur del planeta. Flanqueado por la cordillera de los Andes y el Océano Pacífico, Chile es un país de abundantes riquezas naturales que han impulsado un desarrollo sostenible y su integración al mundo a través de las exportaciones, consolidándose como un actor clave en la región. Gracias a una economía resiliente y dinámica, Chile ha logrado reducir la pobreza y avanzar en equidad social y mira al futuro con confianza, firmeza, perspectiva y creatividad. Nos proyectamos hacia el futuro apostando por un modelo de desarrollo sostenible con innovación y tecnología. La transición hacia energías limpias, el impulso del hidrógeno verde y la valorización del litio son pilares fundamentales de nuestra estrategia para enfrentar el cambio climático y contribuir al crecimiento global. Chile cimenta su desarrollo en torno a 3 grandes ejes que reflejan su historia, identidad y visión de futuro. El primer eje es la sostenibilidad, que guía todas nuestras acciones desde la conservación de recursos naturales hasta la promoción de un turismo responsable. El segundo eje es la democracia, que cultivamos y cuidamos con estabilidad institucional y certeza jurídica, garantizando un entorno confiable para la inversión. Y el tercer eje es la diversidad. Chile avanza hacia un futuro más integrado y comprometido con los desafíos globales. Los invitamos a descubrir nuestro país y a construir juntos nuevas oportunidades de desarrollo y cooperación. Bienvenidos a Chile. del Gobierno de Chile saludamos afectuosamente a los gobernadores y gobernadoras del BID y BID-Inves y a todos los asistentes a estas reuniones anuales de las asambleas de gobernadores en Santiago y a los eventos temáticos en Punta Arenas. Bienvenidos al país más largo del mundo, un territorio donde la geografía deslumbra los sentidos, desde los áridos desiertos del norte, pasando por frondosos bosques lluviosos e imponentes volcanes, hasta los milenarios hielos del extremo sur del planeta. Flanqueado por la cordillera de los Andes y el Océano Pacífico, Chile es un país de abundantes riquezas naturales que han impulsado un desarrollo sostenible y su integración al mundo a través de las exportaciones, consolidándose como un actor clave en la región. Gracias a una economía resiliente y dinámica, Chile ha logrado reducir la pobreza y avanzar en equidad social y mira al futuro con confianza, firmeza, perspectiva y creatividad. Nos proyectamos hacia el futuro apostando por un modelo de desarrollo sostenible con innovación y tecnología. La transición hacia energías limpias, el impulso del hidrógeno verde y la valorización del litio son pilares fundamentales de nuestra estrategia para enfrentar el cambio climático y contribuir al crecimiento global. Chile cimenta su desarrollo en torno a 3 grandes ejes que reflejan su historia, identidad y visión de futuro. El primer eje es la sostenibilidad, que guía todas nuestras acciones desde la conservación de recursos naturales hasta la promoción de un turismo responsable. El segundo eje es la democracia, que cultivamos y cuidamos con estabilidad institucional y certeza jurídica, garantizando un entorno confiable para la inversión. Y el tercer eje es la diversidad. Chile avanza hacia un futuro más integrado y comprometido con los desafíos globales. Los invitamos a descubrir nuestro país y a construir juntos nuevas oportunidades de desarrollo y cooperación. Bienvenidos a Chile. En nombre del Gobierno de Chile saludamos afectuosamente a los gobernadores y gobernadoras del BID y BID-Inves y a todos los asistentes a estas reuniones anuales de las asambleas de gobernadores en Santiago y a los eventos temáticos en Punta Arenas. Bienvenidos al país más largo del mundo, un territorio donde la geografía deslumbra los sentidos, desde los áridos desiertos del norte, pasando por frondosos bosques lluviosos e imponentes volcanes, hasta los milenarios hielos del extremo sur del planeta. Flanqueado por la cordillera de los Andes y el Océano Pacífico, Chile es un país de abundantes riquezas naturales que han impulsado un desarrollo sostenible y su integración al mundo a través de las exportaciones, consolidándose como un actor clave en la región. Gracias a una economía resiliente y dinámica, Chile ha logrado reducir la pobreza y avanzar en equidad social y mira al futuro con confianza, firmeza, perspectiva y creatividad. Nos proyectamos hacia el futuro apostando por un modelo de desarrollo sostenible con innovación y tecnología. La transición hacia energías limpias, el impulso del hidrógeno verde y la valorización del litio son pilares fundamentales de nuestra estrategia para enfrentar el cambio climático y contribuir al crecimiento global. Chile cimenta su desarrollo en torno a 3 grandes ejes que reflejan su historia, identidad y visión de futuro. El primer eje es la sostenibilidad, que guía todas nuestras acciones desde la conservación de recursos naturales hasta la promoción de un turismo responsable. El segundo eje es la democracia, que cultivamos y cuidamos con estabilidad institucional y certeza jurídica, garantizando un entorno confiable para la inversión. Y el tercer eje es la diversidad. Chile avanza hacia un futuro más integrado y comprometido con los desafíos globales. Los invitamos a descubrir nuestro país y a construir juntos nuevas oportunidades de desarrollo y cooperación. ¡Bienvenidos!
Ya, hemos vuelto, le hacemos nuevamente el llamado a todos quienes están.
So if you'll please come from the back of the room, from the lobby as well, into the room and take your seats. The technical issues have been solved, and now we will continue with our next panel discussion. We would like to thank those members of the previous panel who were not able to finish, and the panel was on cooperation and opportunities through strategic partnerships. We would like to thank Gabriel Tot de Azevedo, Ilona Sabo de Carvalho, and Paula Caballero, as well as Gabriel Baracat. The idea is to help us understand what our challenges are as a region and to hear from these speakers about different approaches, how to build bridges, and how to collaborate. This is the idea behind this civil society organization forum. And let's keep going because we still have a lot to talk about. And now we'll talk about innovation in civil society, potential of technological innovation to address the challenges of civil society.
Ya, en este segmento.
For this section, we'll have a presentation and then a fireside chat. But before that, we would like to remind you to use the QR code to start asking your questions online. Here is the QR code. Take up your phones and scan the code. Start sending in your comments and questions. for the speakers to respond to on the stage. We will now call on Robinson Lopez, the CEO of Agros Peru.
Hola, ¿cómo están?
Hello and good morning to everyone. My name is Robinson Lopez. Thank you. I'd like to thank the IDB for this invitation to talk to you about what we've been doing. But I have some thoughts to share first. When was the first time that you spent more than 24 hours without looking at a screen? Let's see if some of you will put away your phones after this question. It's a difficult question to answer, isn't it? Imagine your device, your computer, your handheld device, were to disappear. How would you face daily challenges without WhatsApp, without email, without contacts? It would be quite difficult, wouldn't it? So I'm here to tell you about the impact of technology on our daily lives and on our work. And if we still don't agree with what I'm saying, ask yourselves how often you ask people for directions out on the street instead of going to Google Maps to look up an address. So we're here at the CSO Forum, and how about I ask you a question that's more germane to the topic? Let's imagine for a minute that you misplace your ID today, and hopefully that won't happen. But how long would it take for you to get a replacement? You can do it online with a couple of clicks. It's quite simple, right? So fortunately for me, it just took one click. It was very easy, and it was during the pandemic that I had that situation. Now, what happens when it's not that easy for everyone? What happens when, for some people, it's not a click away? Let me introduce you to Clementina. She is a cattle breeder from the central region of Peru. I met her during the pandemic. We were in line to pick up, for me to pick up my replacement ID card. And she seemed a little bit lost in line. So I approached her. I asked her, a question, and she said, I'm here to get a replacement for my ID card, my document, because I want to take out a loan. And I said, that's interesting. So I took her over to someone who was working there. And then she came to me and she said, she called me engineer, right? Because those of us who work in agriculture, others call us engineers, right? And she said, I have to use something called the internet, because the process began with an online registration process. And she said, I'm here at the office. Why can't they help me here? And come to think that all of this happened in a heartbeat during the pandemic, and there's someone who doesn't have a computer, doesn't have a phone at home or internet access. So later I ran into her and she said, oh, somebody helped me. I had to pay $10 and they got me an appointment on the internet. And she said, well, now I have to come back in a week for my biometrics, you need to get fingerprinted and make sure that, that it's you. And why do I have to do this, she asks. If she asks, because that's me. And I said, how do I explain this to her? She said, no, that's not the problem. I need to get somebody to be in charge of my fields, of my animals, and also have to pay for transportation. For many of us, it's just about a click. But for many people, it will cost them a full day in their lives. What does that mean? This means that this is a much bigger problem than we think. Just like Clementina in Latin America, there are 72 million other people like her, family farmers who have to live with this challenge of being connected to the internet in an area with no connectivity. And you know what's even more important, that these 72 million people are the ones who produce half of the food that we consume every day, because family agriculture produces 50% of the food that we eat. So what can we do so that we do not remain indifferent to this issue, which does not just affect Clementina or the other 72 million of them, but rather a problem that has an effect on us directly. I cannot be indifferent to it and just stand by and watch. And let me admit why. It's for a different reason. This is the chubby baby in there is me, not that long ago, with my great-grandmother Pascuala. She was a rice grower in Peru, in the north of Peru. And in that humble house that you can see there is where I used to play as a child. 30 years later, my great-grandmother died, and I went back and I said, you know, there are so many challenges posed to agriculture, and I thought, what can I do about it? What can be done about it? And the problem is, after 30 years later, nothing had changed. They didn't even have a phone line, a landline. The only technology they had was this. You know, some of you may remember this. The battery would last you a week, and that's all she had. And I thought, how come we're leaving those who feed the world behind? And that's how we decided to make a change so that we don't have any more Clementinas. But Clementina had to go to the city to be able to access technology. What we decided to do is bring technology to her. So we brought devices with satellite internet access to rural areas so that people like Clementina could sign up, have a picture taken, and register their ID and then their voice. And why? Because once we could verify Clementina's identity, we could take her biometric voice signature so that she'd be represented by her voice. So with a simple phone call from this type of device, people can verify their identity when they need some sort of transaction to be carried out. You can authorize payments through a device like this one, or even request to apply for a loan. And that's what's happening in Peru and in Colombia as we speak. So what we decided to do was bring this technology to them and adapt it to the conditions of these rural areas so that people have true access to the internet. Why did we decide to do this through voice? In rural areas, pictures are blurry and devices are low quality, and users are not very digitally literate. But voice is safe and it's accessible to all, using the most basic of devices. And that's how we decided to lend a digital voice to those who lived in a technological silence. And that's my message for you today. What I want to drive home is the fact that technology needs to adjust, and we use blockchain technology for these purposes, and that makes information secure. The farmer has the information and know it's safe with them. And so every time you click to get somewhere, to do something, to get some sort of service, be reminded that it's not just about, not everything is a click away for everyone. And let's work together so that a single click is a single click for all. Thank you.
Por esta inspiradora.
Thank you, Robinson, and please don't leave. That was very inspiring. And stay with us because now we'll have a fireside chat with Irene Arias Hoffman. She is the CEO of IDB Lab. And we will also call on Luis Eliezer Cadenas, the executive director of Red Clara. Welcome.
Buenos días, ya.
Good morning, almost good afternoon to all. And it's such an honor and a privilege to be here with you at the annual meetings of the IDB, and thank you for joining us. This is a special opportunity for us to delve deeper into the role of CSOs, such as Agros, introduced by Robinson, and Red Clara. And I'm sure you will be very impressed when you hear from Eliezer about it, for those of you who are not familiar with it. And then there's the potential of technology, as was the case of Clementina, to have a deep impact on people in rural areas and how this helps make a difference. And of course, we will talk about this, and that's where IDB Lab is and the innovation and venture capital arm of the IDB. We are an engine for growth through technology by connecting people and creating these cases for use that can be replicated elsewhere by others. So now, on the heels of Robinson's presentation, let's hear from you, if you will, about how you would summarize the barriers that CSOs such as Agros have to overcome in order to bring relevant and applications and IT applications to rural areas. And please let us know. Thank you, Irene. I think that there are several, but I'll try to summarize them into a few points. We know that reaching rural areas is difficult, and we know why. We know it's costly. You have to bring, somebody has to get there on a motorcycle, talk to people, etc. And when we talked about our idea, people thought it was interesting, but they would say, so how many farmers are there on your list? When you have 2,000, 3,000, maybe 10,000, maybe then we'll be interested. And that was the problem of the chicken and the egg. So if you have farmers, then there will be companies interested in providing services. But then if there are services, then there will be more farmers interested. But how do you deal with this chicken and egg problem? Because there's no ecosystem in place, because there's no platform, because there are no organizations that are interconnected, we had to go one by one. It took us 4 years, and we had to basically do some preaching and have people get some buy-in, and that's how we reached IDB Lab. And IDB Lab has devoted over 3 years to this, and we were able to break away from that cycle of inertia, which is the most difficult thing to do because there is no installed ecosystem where any solution will work. So you have to do the legwork and knock on doors and create that ecosystem. The problem is, even if we build it, we work in silos, in isolation. And that's why organizations such as the IDB need to promote it. And they are doing so to empower these ecosystems and bring down the cost of providing solutions in those remote areas. Because the problem is how difficult it is to scale up these solutions and implement them in rural areas. Right, that's a key issue, and this has to do with the what's going on this week. And in these events, we're trying to create links to help us create better solutions, more effective solutions, and solutions that complement each other. And that's what we're doing at the IDB, for us to have regional solutions that are very relevant and very much bespoke, so to speak, for the at the local level, but that need to work together at the regional level and with interoperability. We have signed a loan agreement to help farmers in the Araucanía in Chile to find solutions such as Agros and replicate them in Chile. And there are so many lessons that can be learned from this. For those of you who are following us online and those of us who are here with us in person, I would like to extend an invitation for us to continue to build these links. And for the last 10 minutes that we have this morning, we will have a Q&A session, and so have your questions and comments ready. We want to hear from you. So this comment about scale and about the regional nature of projects is the right time for us to hear from Eliezer about the vision and impact of Red Clara and how it can help speed up the adoption of technology in the region, with over 1,700 universities and research centers connected through Red Clara, and what this means in terms of underlying knowledge. And as Eliezer says, the role of Red Clara in promoting digital cooperation, which is a newly coined term that I feel is very powerful. So let's hear from him. Thank you, Irene, and good morning, and welcome to this session. Yes, indeed. Red Clara is an organization that focuses on collaboration and cooperation, and because of the nature of our work, we call it digital collaboration, and we use IT to foster and enable the cooperation and collaboration between academic institutions, and we're able to do that and link it to initiatives such as that managed by Robinson. That has a huge multiplying effect, and it provides the knowledge that resides in universities and research centers in the region, and it makes it accessible to society, to development. We've been doing this for over 20 years at Red Clara. We have an exceptionally good infrastructure, digital infrastructure, that we work on a daily basis and continue to improve, to include all of these technologies which are crucial to development and for people's lives. So high performance computing and artificial intelligence and other technologies, together with our strategy for connection between individuals and institutions, and between institutions. That is what allows for our impact to be really sizable when it comes to supporting these initiatives, and also make it more massive throughout the region. And finally, I'd like to say that we've been doing this in cooperation with many stakeholders and many institutions, and we're very passionate about the work that we do with IDB Lab, due to the impact that we can attain through the use of blockchain technology in many areas, especially when it comes to education. We can issue digital certificates and also IDs for students, and how to have incentives and disincentives in terms of also managing universities, knowledge management, research, and the potential of this huge network in promoting innovation and linking that innovation to the needs that need to be met in our region. That's, in a nutshell, what we do. So there is a fundamentally important role to be played by civil society that connects to academia and knowledge centers. And Robinson, if I may turn to you now, could you please tell us about the results in aggregate terms of the rollout of your agro solution that you just told us about? We'd like to hear more about it. So if you could please elaborate on it. And also, in order to scale it up, can you tell us about how you're also bringing on to the partnership private sector businesses? And as we heard initially this morning from President Goldfein, is also part of what the IDB Group wants to do. We see that solutions are not just private sector or public sector or civil society solutions, but rather we can be a catalyst in including all of these sectors, and that becomes ever more important, especially now that we need to include this very ever-changing and fast-paced world of technological disruption. One of the main challenges that we faced was to add value. And let me just say here that it sounds interesting to have digital inclusion, to include somebody into the digital world. But if I were to tell you, just download an app to your phone, you don't need it now. I mean, just have it there. It'll give you services. Just create a username and just sign up. How many of you would do it? I'm pretty sure that none of you would. Why would somebody do that if it won't change your life at all? It doesn't make any sense, does it? And that's what we found out. We were so enthusiastic about technology because that's part of our mindset. We know that being there in the digital world carries value, but a user who's never used technology ever in their lives, and I mean, what kind of value are we adding? What are we promising them? And that was our main challenge. And fortunately, as Irene was saying, we were able to connect to these companies that wanted to reach those users. But let's say a platform like Uber that solves a problem for the drivers, for the taxi drivers, they can get their passengers fast, and it's the same for the user. So we had to add value for the farmer and also for the companies, because the platform had to be sustainable. Otherwise, this would be nothing but a nice project that would end up disappearing, and that's not what we wanted. So now we brought down the cost for a financial entity or a bank would have to send somebody on a motorcycle to meet with a farmer. Let's say the person wasn't at home, that they had to go back. They had to ask them questions. They need to talk to them. They had to ask them to fill out papers and do some paperwork. And I mean, just one lead, a potential loan for a financial entity would cost them $200 to $300, and that per farmer. So that's how much getting that client costs. So we thought, how can we make this more efficient and inexpensive? And so, and for farmers, 1 out of every 10 who applied for a loan got it. So now there are more than 5,000 farmers who have been digitized, who are part of the digital world between Peru and Colombia. And now they have been able to apply for loans and get loans and disbursements from their handheld devices. It's like a wallet, like a digital wallet, and all you have to add is information. So the information about your plot or your property was added. So that information was added to their profile, whether there was deforestation or not. Anything that was relevant, that was also shared when they applied for a loan. Some might think this is expensive, but now they can get loans for less than 20% interest, and we're talking about now it's 5% a month. That's how much they get, and it's less than 2-day turnover. And in the Amazon, there are remote areas. There's a company, Metafin, that we work with. They're on the platform. They have engineers in charge of developing irrigation systems. So once a farmer has registered their property, all they have to do is just go dial 123 on their cell phone, and then they approve. They give their approval to share the information, and then the company gets the information in Lima, and they design a system, an irrigation system for them, and they get a drip irrigation system for them, specifically designed for them in very little time and with very little cost. So that's when we found out that we had a solution that added value for all concerned and was sustainable. Now we have several farmers who have no deforestation, and that has been verified over the last few years. They're working with Europe. Some of them are working with on the carbon market with carbon bonds, and that's all done through a single phone call, and we have been able to break away from that cycle of inertia. We have been able to move ahead, and some farmers are reaching out to us already. So how far do we want to get? We want to provide as much or as many services as possible through these cell phones. We want to provide them to farmers because we believe that the rural economy is an economy and it's an opportunity, and that's the vision that we sell to companies for them to come into the sector and venture into it, because that's the only way to keep these farmers, these concerns sustainable. It's an application that, if you're going to download an app, you want to keep it active. And it's the same with the farmers. We want to add value to all concerned, all those stakeholders on the platform. I think that's an incredible example, a wonderful example of how to do away with the middleman and help. You're boosting productivity, you're dealing with access to funding, to credit, and now to connect this to the work done by Red Clara and how you can scale this up. We're talking about the world of tokenization, what Robinson was saying about the fact that the property, that the piece of land becomes a digital token, and then the farmer can monetize it to have better access to markets and be able to sell on the carbon market. And they can also sell water credits, which some companies are already starting to purchase. So these tokenized assets, they may be real physical assets or financial assets. We're talking about $16 billion by 2030, and I'm talking about 23% of the global GDP. And Luis Eliezer, could you please elaborate on this and tell us about the Web3 world and the blockchain technology, which is the underlying technology being used to register these assets? And this concept may be difficult to grasp for those of you who are not, that don't work in the digital world. Could you please explain what the role is of your organization in developing these interoperable networks, and so that more and more stakeholders can use it efficiently and build these solutions based on it? Certainly, and in terms of the phenomenon that of tokenization of blockchain technology, what it does is create digital markets, which are very advantageous. And we've seen this through several initiatives and projects that we have been moving ahead with universities and research centers, which is where we work, the ones that we work with directly. But I'd like to talk about also knowledge and innovation and how we leverage the capacity that all of these organizations hold in the network. The use of tokenization in the academic world can be directly linked to scientific productivity and to the management of intellectual property rights. And also there are other phenomena that do not really happen spontaneously, but that can be fostered through this whole technology and these mechanisms for connectivity and interaction through blockchain technology. Throughout the ecosystem where we work and that we are connected, we're talking about 1,700 universities, basically in number. I mean, imagine how many students, researchers, and professors we're talking about. We have been leveraging this capacity to come up with solutions and ideas to deal with specific problems that can be dealt with using blockchain technology. Just like the problem that Robinson just raised, there are other issues such as agricultural production, and other problems that come up in areas such as the dry corridor in Central America, or others that have to do with risk management, having to do with the use of AI, blockchain, the Internet of Things, and other elements can make life much easier, happier, and safer and secure for people in the region. And last year we had several hackathons and several contests involving knowledge to link Europe to Latin America. We work with the European Commission and with the European Union, and we collaborate with them. And we're talking about 1,500, 1,700 institutions connected in Europe with their own capacity, their own infrastructure, their own initiatives and the projects that they have in the European Union on blockchain. And let's say a university graduate or student can go over to Europe and have their degree be recognized there without going through an almost impossible system to navigate to get the apostille, or which is what is requested by universities for their degrees to be recognized. We're not talking about something that is completely foreign to people. They can make the economy more flexible, and they can allow for more efficiency, productivity. And if we make the most of the knowledge that these universities and research centers have to help and connect to companies, to businesses, so that, as you said, at the regional level, all of these minds can be brought together and work together with those who work to create value and wealth, I mean, what we can obtain is spectacular.
So basically, we're talking about collaboration, an organization that isn't only technical, but we feel that when collaboration is possible, innovation becomes development. And so the whole idea of accomplishing scale for these actors, each one has a way to contribute, and that leads to results and solutions, and that is something that is our day in, day out work. Thank you. I think what you just said about creating innovation to produce development, that's a key concept, because it's clear that technology is an enabler. It is a tool. It's not in and of itself. We're looking at how we can have a deep-rooted impact working with small farmers, or here we're talking about knowledge in the case of Red Clara. But also I wanted to ask a couple of questions we received from the audience. And the role of Red Clara, plus working in education and knowledge, the idea is being a partner along with LACNIC, which is an entity called LACNet and FMET, and they operate the network created by blockchain. And in that way, this type of solution can run using that network, because we don't have to wonder about what network we're using to run something, but this is public, it's regional. So if we work with LACNet, that role is very important. And it can act as a rail so we can continue to work on more cases like the case described by Robinson, which leads me to a question from the audience. How in IDB Lab do we find the case of agros, and how can we do that in the future? So I wanted to look to the future and show ways in which other entrepreneurs like you, can work with IDB Lab so we can all work together. Here it's important to try to remember how we approached BidLab some years ago. And I remember the first time that we connected with IDB Lab, we were in the middle of a road. We were visiting a cooperative of producers. And so here we were in the middle of the road trying to get an internet signal. And we said, okay, this is our reality. And that was our first experience. How did we get to that meeting? Well, in our case, there were different events. In this case, I remember that it was the Index in Mexico, and part of IDB Lab was there as part of the jury. So it is an organization, the IDB. The IDB has different people that attend different events where there are entrepreneurs, and there it's possible to identify them. Now, to make this faster, I would say, first of all, you have to be open to the idea. That is one of the main things. And then second, in each country, there is an IDB Lab team that is in charge of producing these contacts. And most people in IDB Lab have always been easy to work with. It's easy to reach them, tell them your story, and tell them about your vision. That is something that really surprised me, because now we have scale, we have private investment, and we reached a break even last year. But the IDB really did place a bet on our vision into the future. And so my recommendation is to realize how strategic IDB Lab can be, and they are interested in different value propositions. They are a good partner to reach your goals. And IDB Lab has a very active system to reach more people in a more expeditious way. We had the good luck of responding to a challenge where IDB was an active sponsor of that challenge. But my general recommendation is, first of all, be visible, and second, the team of IDB Lab is quite easy to contact through an email message, through a personal contact, and IDB Lab has to improve these mechanisms, and they are now offering events, and perhaps the future entrepreneurs will have an easier time of it than we did. But IDB Lab is definitely a strategic partner for these missions impossible. Well, I think that you explained that much better than anyone from IDB Lab could. So all of you as entrepreneurs, please approach our country offices, find people from IDB Lab. We want to be able to reach all countries. We don't want any country to be left behind. In all technology innovations, there's a lot of disparity between the big hubs where a lot of entrepreneurial capital is concentrated, but we want to work with nascent ecosystems. So this is just an invitation. Please do contact us. And then another question, and this is for you, Luis Lecer. It is from Vida Foundation in Honduras. And the question is a good one. It is, technology always has to be present in what we finance. That was a question. Now, what I would say is, it's not really a requirement. We see it as an enabler, not as an end in and of itself. Now, if we look at this historically, the deepest impact, the greatest impact in terms of scale, is with the projects that do use a technological basis, because that allows us to do a good scale up and reach even further. But there are other innovations having to do with financial instruments, for example. For example, pay based on results, also different funding arrangements having to do with employability or innovative projects to encourage employability of young people through results-based arrangements. So not everything is technology, but we are looking at a basis that is both scientific and technological. Yesterday, we had a signature with Fundación Chile in Corfo here, and they are going to promote those efforts. That's why I wanted to ask you the question, Luis Eliezer. Perhaps you could give us a few closing remarks, and then we will hear from you, Robinson. Tell us a bit about what Red Clara does in terms of knowledge, and also the whole concept of technology not being an end in and of itself. Well, thank you. The organizational structure is also an essential issue. Now, in creating LACNet as an organization that has infrastructure technology, it gives support to infrastructure technology. And we show that we can innovate in the way that we organize ourselves so as to deliver benefits to the general population and to implement and develop all of these projects. So it is a conclusion, at least from my standpoint, but that is something where we see the importance of the work done by IDB Lab. I love the different programs, the way you're structured, and the way in which you build these ties between problems and solutions by using technology. And not everything is technology, that is right. But part of the technology can help us multiply the impact of what we're doing. And that is something that, in terms of connectivity, infrastructure, linkages, that is something that we're specialized in Red Clara. So we're trying to interconnect the whole ecosystem as an organization. Thank you, Luis Eliezer. And what are your final remarks, Robinson? Well, as I already said during my presentation, basically, technology, as you were saying, Irene, technology allows you to scale up. But technology has to be a mechanism. Now, in our case, that's what it is. It's a tool. But we use blockchain, we use geometrics, and for the farmer, that's the last thing we mention because the user just wants a better life. So if technology can allow us to scale up our efforts to reach more people, there we need to use technology. But there are more than one way to make life better for our farmers. We mustn't lose our focus. So my recommendation is technology, provided it allows us to scale up. If so, you can give it priority. But otherwise, as we saw, our projects have to be designed to not exclude, but to bring us nearer. And as I said, being able to click should be a click for everyone. So thank you. I wanted to thank all of you here in the audience for being with us, and also I want to thank our remote audience. Thank you, Irene, Luis, and Robinson. Thank you for a very interesting conversation. You covered many of the issues that we are covering in this Civil Society Stakeholders Forum. And I have an important announcement, and that is there is an app that is available to all of you, the ones here, the ones connected remotely, and here you can share information. Here you can see the app, an app for this annual meeting of the IDB. So pictures, important information, biographies, everything that is going to happen today and then future days too. And you can also listen to the program. You can choose the language. As you know, there are several languages spoken at this meeting. So this is a way of bringing everyone together. And we come back at 2 o'clock. We're going to have a short pause, and in the same room at 2, we will have the opening remarks for these seminars given by the president of the IDB.
nombre del Gobierno de Chile, saludamos afectuosamente a los gobernadores y gobernadoras del BID y BID-Inves y a todos los asistentes a estas reuniones anuales de las asambleas de gobernadores en Santiago y a los eventos temáticos en Punta Arenas. Bienvenidos al país más largo del mundo, un territorio donde la